which you may also be required to have a separate slab, I'm not sure. I'm just trying to picture what that would look like, the dumpster and the enclosure in relation to the delivery door. And I think that's all that I have for the applicant. Thank you. Thank you for
Thank you
answering
so
the
much.
questions. Thank you.
Do you plan to offer catering service or deliveries to other businesses or parties or for big
So-
orders?
Yeah,
Or is it-
other businesses are welcome to order, like if they want bun rolls, or if they want any, like restaurant that want fresh daily goods. So, but it's gonna be delivery.
I'm
So,
sorry.
Like I said, most of the delivery, like for the business knowledge that I have and for the supply chain knowledge that I have, it's going to be online, and the delivery is going to be mostly UPS coming to pick it up.
Okay. But I was referring to like, if you get an order for a birthday party or a anniversary party or wedding, will you have a delivery, a van or something that you would deliver, like a caterer, deliver to the event?
Oh, yeah. That's a business that we can utilize as well.
But you'll also have orders being picked up for large events.
What do you mean by large event? Like like I said, during the festivity time, where you have like tea parties, where you have like company festivity parties and things like that, then we can supply them.
Okay,
Does that answer your question?
kind of, but I guess.
I mean, when you walk up to the shop and you say you want to order for like 2 dozen, 3 dozens for an event, we will be able to take care of that.
This is a piggyback on that question, and I guess part of what might be a gray area is the term warehouse and bakery. So when we think of warehouse, we're thinking large quantities. You're delivering to Walmart or other retailers. So my question to you is, based on the equipment that you have and the size of your business, and this may be tough to answer, but what would you say would be your greatest capacity at any given order? Like if I called you tomorrow and say, hey, I need 5,000 cookies, would you be able to deliver that? So I'm trying to figure out what would be your maximum capacity at any given order.
Ali, based on what we have now and based on the equipment we have, I mean, we can do 5,000. I can say, at the start of maybe like 100 or 150, based on the capacity we have now of a product. So when you
100
say
cookies in one order is the most that you can do, is what you're
no,
saying?
what I'm saying is 100 to 150. Based on we are doing different things. We have pastries, we have bread.
I understand, but
Okay.
if someone calls in for a particular order, I'm just trying to figure out what the capacity would be for a particular order.
You have to look at the equipment now, and you have to look at the manpower too.
Right.
We're a small business.
Right.
We're not even mid-size.
Right, and that's why I'm asking what would be your capacity?
So my capacity now is based on if you call me a week or maybe a few days. That's
Okay.
going to depend on that.
Depends on how much advance
On
notice.
how much
Okay.
advance notice as
Okay.
well.
All
But
right.
based on the capacity that we are now, it's a small business.
Okay.
And
All right.
you can see from the equipment as well. We only have one equipment for
Gotcha.
each things to do, which we have one mixer, one molder, and an oven.
Okay.
So that capacity is going to be based on my human power as well as the time frame. But like I said, it's just going to be day-to-day, freshly baked goods.
And then the final question, just based on something you just said, do you plan to increase the equipment that you currently have?
No, I didn't.
So you have no plans to increase the equipment that you currently
I
have?
mean, for what we have now, we need to make money, and
Okay.
that is
But
what
once you
that
make-
is where we are.
Okay. I guess the future plan of the business is,
It has to be, if it's gonna be a future plan, this will continue to be our workshop. If I have to have any big capacity, I would go to an industrial and have a
Area,
warehouse.
okay. All right,
there.
fair enough.
But this is just gonna be my start of working. But as we expand, we have another location. That's
okay.
the roadmap.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. I appreciate that
Thank you.
clarification. Thank you.
Thank you.
We heard testimony today from the salon owner that due to the damage that has been done to his property, he is considering erecting a fence, which he is allowed to do. So in looking at the site plan, knowing that the photos that you submitted, you have a large warehouse delivery bay, it appears, in the back of the building. If he constructs a fence, how will you receive deliveries?
Based on, that is a huge one that I don't think we're gonna be using. We have another entrance on the side, which is where, because right now, we're just gonna be having like a once or twice a week delivery, giving us 5-10 bags. So I don't see that truck being used, but it's there that's how we got the building.
Okay, because I'm still conflicted, because while you're sitting here telling us you're going to be small, all the equipment, all the racks, all the storage that you had in the facilities suggest otherwise. Even the equipment photos that you showed suggest this is not a small-scale mom-and-pop bakery, that you're looking to do something on a larger scale.
Well, that's a standard.
So, and then also, your parking lot, again, I'm questioning how you're going to access the back of your building, because we do not allow dumpsters to be placed in the front of buildings.
Mm-hmm.
They have to be relocated to the rear. If your neighbor puts up a fence, you do not have access for a garbage truck to get back there to pick up a dumpster, dump it, and then exit the property. So that is where I'm really conflicted, because while you're saying you want a small operation, you want dumpsters, you're showing equipment that is indicating otherwise, and the basic health, safety, and welfare of the community, if you're dumping garbage back here and it cannot be removed, will be impacted. So that's where, again, I hear what you're saying, but in viewing your photos that you submitted as part of the record, it's very conflicting. And again, how are you going to navigate if the adjacent property owner has his rights and puts up a fence?
So, based on where we are now, we have another door, which is a side entrance door that we can use to put our stuff in, so for delivery. So the main door, which is the warehouse door, which is what we got today, is not a door that is going to be used, because the delivery that we're going to be having can use the side door to get into the building. So when you're talking about if the neighbors, if the dumpster is going to be a blockage, then I have to talk to my contractor to see how that can work out.
Excuse me, Commissioner Allen, I do have some questions.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. And first, a comment. The issue of the dumpster, you can regulate. You can just tell her, or at least with the back delivery door, no use of the back delivery door. So that's something that can be stipulated. It's not something we have to go back and forth, and if we think it's an issue, we can stop the issue by putting a condition on that, so it's not in play. There are some questions about access to the dumpster that's at the back. If the fence is erected, you're going to have to work within that footprint that you do have. You would not have access beyond what is on your side of the fence.
That's correct.
I'm just curious to know, is there a fence at the rear of the property to the residential neighbors?
Say that again?
Is there a fence at the rear of the property to the residential neighbors?
It is.
Okay. And the dumpster, you've asked and answered this, but I just want additional clarification. The dumpster that is present on the property, it was on the property when you got there?
It was.
It was, okay. So somehow it had, I'm sorry, is there clarification?
Well, I live,
Commissioner, if you can just turn your mic on.
I just want to clarify, I live very close and pass by this property a lot. I personally don't recall a dumpster being there previously. The first call I got was when the dumpster showed up, and it was after, and that's when code enforcement was notified to come out and talk about the dumpster. So to my knowledge, I don't recall a dumpster being on property. Was it in the back?
It
And we
was
couldn't
just
see it?
exactly, it was exactly where it was, where I put it replacement.
Okay. And I'm not finished with my questions.
No.
Yes. Are you baking any goods for other restaurants? Okay. Are you baking goods for other restaurants or commercial properties at this site?
Not this time, no,
Okay.
no.
Okay. And you currently have been utilizing your husband's location as a bakery. Can you approximate the quantity of products that you may have made there?
I mean, daily rules where people come, then during the festivity time, we usually get orders like people with tea parties or doing, so usually maybe like 5 dozens or 6 dozens of pastries but the bread, they usually do like maybe 5 or 6 breads.
Okay.
One person can come, especially maybe somebody driving from a long distance coming to the restaurants and they really like the bread, they can buy like 4, 5
Okay, and this is per order?
per order,
Per
yes,
order.
correct.
Okay. Thank you. Those are, you may have shared this also in your files. How many employees do you have on site or anticipate having?
Currently, I mean, like, we've not started operations, but based on the current staffs, it's gonna be, there's gonna be 2 bakers, and there's gonna be 1 backer, and there's
Okay.
gonna be 1 customer service person.
Okay, thank you. Those conclude my questions, Commissioner.
Just a couple of follow-ups. Do you currently bake product for your husband's restaurant?
That's correct.
Okay, so if you were to move, would you still be baking product in now this new location and then shipping it to the restaurant? Because you'll no longer be cooking inside of the facility where it's being served? Mm-hmm. Okay, so that clarifies the question that was asked earlier, that it will be produced in one location and shipped to another. So,
What do you mean by shape?
well, transported. Transported,
okay.
yeah. So, well, no,
usu-
you're fine,
okay.
because you already answered. The other question, just for clarification, on the other door, there is parking that blocks that area. So once again, if there were a dumpster, there's how would someone get there if you have customers parked in the front?
So, but there's a pathway to go, and the pathway doesn't have any parking. There's no parking there because the mark to park is a little bit further. So when a car wants to go to the side door, the pathway is already there.
Can we show on the screen for everyone yes, what we're looking at? If you look down on the south side of that building, you're assuming that door right there, correct?
That's
Do you
correct.
see in front of that, there's parking that
No.
if someone were parked there, that would restrict usage of that door?
So, no, I don't know if this is very current, but the line that is trimmed to that, to there, it shouldn't, there's no line for you to park there. Or if that is gonna be the case, when I look at it again, but you should be able to there's gonna be no parking, and then you can go in. So that's my contractor. So any follow-up questions that you have, we can bring him on board to address that.
Well, I don't have any questions for now. We may bring him back up, but
Okay.
is anyone else for now for this? Okay. Commissioner Burrell.
So, the grease trap, was it actually installed? And is it still there, or was that all stopped when the salon owners had the damages and filed a suit?
So the grease trap is still there because it's required from the Department of Health.
But was it
It's-
moved to your
It's
property,
moved to
or
my-
is it
it's
still on
moved
their
in the
property?
In the bakery property now.
It's on your property, okay.
That's correct.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I did want to just clarify one question. Oh, you can step down.
Oh, okay.
Can't remember who all you said could help clarify on the grease trap and the permit. Is it Andrew? Chris. Chris, okay, if you can come up.
Chris Duggan, Cobb Water System.
So, Chris, can you just help me understand the requirements? Do we require a permit to do the grease trap? Was one applied for? Just help me understand.
The water system reviews and approves grease traps as a part of the building permit process. So when they applied for their building permit, we looked at all that and approved them to install a grease trap of a certain size and type.
Did you inspect the location after and the install after was?
I'm not personally responsible for the inspections. I don't think they've called us for an inspection yet. We have a hold on the CO until they do get their inspection done. We haven't released that hold on the CO yet.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Oh, Commissioner Gamble.
I have a general question. So the applicant compared their shop to businesses that are typically located in activity centers. From a water perspective standpoint, are the same size lines installed in commercial shopping centers as they are in residential areas?
The size of the lines is entirely dependent on the volume of wastewater that's going to be discharged to them. So if it's going to be in like a big shopping center that's going to have a bunch of tenants discharging to it, it'd be a larger diameter line. But for something like this, it'd be a pretty small size, like a 4-inch line.
Thank you.
I have a question. Oh, no, it's for John. If we can put up the image, the aerial. I just have a question regarding parking and the dumpster. This question is for John. So for the 3 properties that are to the west, I know that's in the right-of-way perhaps, but that parking is available for this location?
Correct.
So would it meet the requirements if we were to say 3 of the parking lots closest to the building were restricted so a truck can kind of back in to access the dumpster? Or would that eliminate the required parking spaces?
I think that would eliminate a few parking spaces, Commissioner.
What the requirement, I'm sorry. It will reduce 3, but will it still meet the requirement or no?
I don't think it's going to meet it.
No.
If you reduce 3? Okay, just wanted to double check, thank you.
Can follow up, what are the parking spaces dependent on? Is it the capacity, is it square footage of the site?
It's the square footage of the building,
The usable square footage or just the entire square footage?
the entire square footage.
Can Mr. Rosen come back to the podium? And Mr. Pilgrim, if you want to come back as well, if you want to come.
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. You mentioned in your comments,
Can you go back?
rodents, insects other things that, I can't remember if it was you or Mr. Pilgrim, one of you mentioned that. Can you, Mr. Pilgrim, can you tell me more about those impacts that you've seen once the dumpster, and also, if Mr. Pilgrim come
Yeah,
up?
I think he mentioned it, I might have mentioned it, but that would be from Ms. Hislop's testimony. She would be the one that experienced it as the residential neighbor.
She lives in one of the houses.
Yes.
Okay, Ms.
So
Hilson, can you come up?
one of those two, more than me.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning. Can you expand on that, the impacts to your residents and the neighbors in the area?
Absolutely. So my name is Jill Hislop. My family and I live in one of the properties that is immediately behind. Looking at the picture, we're the one kind of on the upper left, and we have experienced significant disruptions since FAD has taken possession of this particular property. Almost immediately from upon the time that that dumpster was deposited, and there was never a dumpster on that property. We experienced an influx of rodents, of odors. In the 9 years that we lived in this property, we never had this issue. They were in my son's sandbox. They were up against our house. They were nesting in our pine straw. And this was devastating and truly significant.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So the fence to the left, is everybody looking at, yeah, so the fence line to the left of the poles, as we're looking at it, that's your property there?
That is my property, and actually, our property extends slightly out. We are out of possession of about 5 or 6 square feet. If you look at that picture, kind of from that power pole back, the reason that we're out of possession there is because there's a tree, and the way that the fence line was done, they didn't want to impact the tree. But yes, that is our property, and we are immediately adjacent to it.
And had you as a resident, I know the applicant said they had reached out to the neighborhood, did you have any communication with the applicant to express your concerns early on?
I attempted to, and I can also state for myself, we have had no communication on their part with us. They have never contacted us from the time they installed that giant power pole immediately against our property, to the time they dropped a dumpster on our property, to the time that they increased the brightness of a light after we complained that it was shining in our bedroom. No contact whatsoever. I've brought copies, which I can provide. I'm not sure the way to do it.
Hold on,
We're
yeah.
going,
Yeah,
we're
hold
going
on, yeah,
beyond.
hold on.
These are the letters.
Plus,
Okay, yeah.
we're going beyond the question. Again, this is not time to increase the 10
Yeah.
minutes to present the case. This is the time for you to respond directly to the question.
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you.
I sent 2 letters to the property. I've got copies of both of those letters. Those are scans of what I mailed. I received no response.
Okay, so you did try to communicate with them and
I did.
get resolution. And this is around the dumpster and the lighting, you said?
It's regarding the dumpster and the insects and just the general operating. It was an attempt to reach out to talk about the impact it was having on my family. These dumpsters were being picked up at 3 o'clock in the morning, scaring the life out of my child. And it was an attempt to try and meet a middle ground where we could all exist together.
Okay. So, Mr. Pilgrim,
Yes, sir.
you mentioned that you are, I can't recall if you said you had already filed a complaint in court, or you were looking to file a complaint in court for the, have you talked directly with them, with the applicant, about fixing the path, the driveway, the parking area?
Well, yes, sir. We have put out a demand letter back in January. Our attorney did tell them to remove the grease trap and repair all the damages and remove all the piping. They did remove the grease trap, put it right up against their building, and it's elevated, but it is off our property now, but the damages are still there. So our attorney had been back and forth with them, when you're going to fix the damages, they kept on saying it's going to be later, it's going to be later. We finally said, we need it fixed now. I went myself and got estimates on what it was going to take to repair the asphalt and, recoat the area, repair it. Gave it to them, said, give me the money, I'll get it fixed, They still didn't do it. They kept on putting it off, till finally I said, don't worry about it. We're going to file a lawsuit. Because our attorney said they were going to file a lawsuit if they didn't fix it. So I said, at this point, don't worry about it. Don't get on our property anymore. We'll take it to Superior Court and let a judge take care of it. And that's where we're at. And I will tell you this too. I heard them say that,
Well, hold on, yeah.
Answer the
yeah.
question,
Okay.
please. Thank you.
Sorry, we can't venture off into more,
I got you.
more dialogue. Does anyone have any other questions while I? Okay.
I have a dumpster question for you. There's testimony of rodents, et cetera, and I'm just curious because they're not officially open for business. So I'm just curious what type of materials are being dumped there, because I don't know that food is there yet. Obviously, that's not the only draw for rodents to a dumpster, but if it's contracted material, I'm just curious to know, okay. All right. So you don't know what materials are currently dumped
We
there?
can ask the applicant again what they were using the dumpster for.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Gambrell?
But we had the testimony from Ms. Tilly, was it? Right? Tislam. I'm sorry, that they've been smelling odors. So again, not knowing what those odors are could have been attracting rodents. So again, we don't know what was dumped in the dumpster, but the fact that odors were being emitted
Could be.
could be why they were attracted there.
And I would just assume if there was a dumpster order, there were things needed to be thrown away. So, I mean, I don't know what, but I would, yeah.
That question may be appropriate for the contractor. It's fine. Yes.
Yeah, if you
I'd
got-
like to ask
yeah.
the contractor. You
If
can have a
You
seat.
guys can have a seat for now.
Yes, so the contractor may approach, please. Good morning. Hi, may you state the name for the record, please?
Kima Tillman with Tilco Construction.
Okay, thank you. Sir, can you provide, did you have the dumpster brought onto the site for the bakery?
The owner ordered a brand-new dumpster. They delivered the dumpster. We never put anything in it. The bakery is not open. We've not had any materials placed in there. It was a brand-new dumpster, and they immediately started to complain, so we have not used it at all.
Okay. When you say the owner brought it in, and perhaps, yes, let's have the applicant come up, please. So I don't have to operate off of hearsay.
When I say the owner, when you have a new business, you have to get a new service established. So she established a new service, and that was the extent of her involvement. So when they delivered it, that's when the issue started.
Okay. Hi.
Hi.
Are you currently the owner of the property?
Yes, I am.
You are, so
Yeah.
I'm hearing that the dumpster was there before, but your contractor is sharing that you had the dumpster brought in.
So when we bought the property, the dumpster was there. The dumpster was there, and that was by Republican trash company. So when I did a negotiation with, when we tried to renew the contract with them,
I see.
they told me that the contract before already expired, so they went higher than what I expected it to be.
Okay.
So I decided to go, so they came and picked it up, and I decided to go with another trash company, and they put it
Okay.
there.
So this is not the original dumpster that was there. You replaced it at some point with another service provider?
Exactly,
Okay,
yes.
because we keep talking about the dumpster instead of a dumpster, which, okay,
Oh, no, I mean, the dumpster, the reason I'm saying
dumpster.
that I ordered for new dumpster was I saw one there. If I didn't see one, I wouldn't
okay.
have replaced
Thank you for
it.
clarifying that.
Yeah, because the company tried to, renew the contract with me as a new owner, but it was way too high for what I could afford.
Understood. And you have not used the dumpster since you've been there? Okay. And that's-
Because when the dumpster was being dropped, the guy that was dropping the dumpster called me that they asked him not to drop the dumpster because it's not allowed. So, and I asked him, and he told me that he was actually the one, you know, the way the trash company used the same person to do the drop. He told me this is the one that dropped the other one, and they picked it up. So he knew that there was a dumpster there too.
I see.
So, but the dumpster has never been used because the complaint for the dumpster came in a few days after it was dropped.
Okay.
So I never used it, and washes or anything, I mean, I wouldn't expect that to be there. And another clarification with the grease trap.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, I know, it's so easy. Stop.
Sorry.
Okay, when you say, is it a new dumpster to you, or is it a brand-new dumpster?
Both.
Okay, just wanted to know. Just with the smells, I didn't know if sometimes there are older dumpsters. I see dumpster cemeteries. I didn't know if somebody might be bringing something that might have already brought an odor to it. And then, you know, you can't preclude the fact that there's some opportunists when they see a dumpster, particularly if it's not enclosed, they may utilize it for their own personal service, which is why it's important for commercial sites to have it.
Can we go back
secured
to
site.
the image of the dumpster? I know one of the slide presentations, 2 images I want to pull up, but one of them had an image of the dumpster. Because once again, when the complaint came in, because I live so close, I drove by, and it was not a new dumpster. As you can see, even on this, there's spillage on the front, and so I personally drove by to see what it was before I talked to code enforcement, and it may have been new to you, and maybe they tried to clean it or refurbish it, but it did not give the appearance of a new dumpster. So,
Commissioner, I would concur, and perhaps that's why, thank you for getting the picture up, because it's not even just the paint that's on it, but you can see scratches that
Yeah.
are on it that seem to be consistent with some wear and tear.
also an image, if you can bring up the Facebook screenshots, they were flashing by because I saw something caught my eye when we looked at it. You had mentioned earlier that your business, you would start with maybe 1 to 2 employees. And then I saw on the bottom far left, we're hiring. There are at least 5, 6, and then some of those are floor, cashier, cleaners, delivery driver. Is this a delivery driver dedicated to deliveries of product? Once again, we're going back to wholesale versus neighborhood store. If you're hiring for a delivery driver, but you're saying there's not going to be deliveries, I'm a little bit in conflict with this posting that you have on social media for, looks like a full-time delivery driver.
So the online is being outsourced. I have someone that is a content person that is managing it for me, as well as looking at what is happening. When I say delivery driver, it can be Uber Eats. Like I told you, my business is not only focusing on walking, we have online that we are targeting as well. As online, which has been specified as well. Online.
I'm sorry. Yeah. She did state that's something she may evolve to have someone drive to do that. So she did not say I won't have deliveries. That's not what I heard.
But I think that goes directly to the difference between a wholesale, which all of these are listed, to the intent. There's one thing to open up in a small scale, but everything I see points to an intent for a full-scale wholesale operation.
Possibly, but I know I've ordered several times from different places that have dropped food off to my home for an event.
No, I think the use is, and like the resident said, a neighborhood bakery or bakery is not the issue. Everybody likes a good neighborhood bakery.
Yeah.
I just think that the location and the use, the intense use in the location that it is, may be the issue that we have to
Yeah, and I don't
address.
disagree, but I just feel like we're asking 1,000 questions instead of just being very direct. right? Let's just be very direct.
Yeah.
The concern is, are you a neighborhood baker or are you a wholesaler that will be baking on a large scale?
No, I'm neighborhood bakery.
And the thing is, we can do things, we've done things as a board to limit the scope. So it's not that we need to be concerned about creep, we can stipulate creep. We can say only X amount of deliveries per day. We can stipulate how many persons can be on, I'm sorry, Commissioner Graham, I see you shaking your head no, but I've been here on the board where we have stipulated how many delivery persons can be on site. We've stipulated how many employees can be on site. We can stipulate the number of hours. We can do things that address concerns as opposed to trying to find a gotcha. Let's just tell her what is desired if she operates, or tell her we don't want this to operate. But this going around and around to find a gotcha is starting to bother me sitting up here, because it is making an assumption that something nefarious is going on. Clearly, we can see she's been given permits by the county that had stipulations on the site, some of which she may not have been aware of. So according to her, she perceived that she could operate within a certain amount of latitude until she got the code enforcement violation, which is what is bringing that before us. The code enforcement violation is with respect to, I'm hearing when the dumpster came, or there were issues around the dumpster. So we can address the dumpster in that by itself, but it still doesn't preclude the fact that she was able to move in on the site, that she was working with the county to be able to move in on the site, which I perceive she can reasonably rely on to perceive she can do something. Now, if the issue is the level of intensity, and if we're saying a neighborhood bakery is fine, then let's accommodate that. But as opposed to trying to figure out what she's doing wrong, if she's doing wrong, we can keep the wrong from happening right here today. But I'm just feeling like this is antagonistic for somebody who's, I'm just saying, sitting here, I feel like this is antagonistic when we have the clear authority to be able to legislate our concerns. So we don't need to go back and forth for almost 2 hours for one hearing. If we don't want to see something, just say what we don't want to see. We don't have to keep questioning. Yes, Commissioner.
I was trying to clarify the catering delivery to reflect wholesale or neighborhood. So I don't know if that was clarified or answered correct, to the satisfaction of what this will actually be. But I don't think any of us have opposition to a retail bakery like the ones you mentioned, but retail. If you're making wholesale and impacting your neighbors, that's a different, that's a more intense use that
So there, then limit her use to exactly what you said. We have the power to limit the way she is using the site today so that we don't have to ask and wonder about clarification. We tell her and make it very clear, this is what is needed. Commissioner Gamble, and I see Sheffield, and your light is on, so go ahead, Sheffield, and then I'll go to Gamble.
I just think that in order for us to get to a point to share with her what we are wanting, we need her to ask questions. And, it may seem a bit antagonistic, and, that's definitely not the intent, but for me to get to a point of saying, hey, this is where we're going to have this restriction, we need for you to just simply answer questions for us. You mentioned with respect to the delivery driver, you mentioned Uber, that you would be on Uber Eat, but you wouldn't have to hire a delivery person for that. So that's where, we have testimony and then we have something else that we're reading. So for me, I just need clarification and reconciliation on those discrepancies.
I don't have any delivery driver. Like I told you, The page is being managed by contact director. And even if I'm going to get, like I told you, it's going to be online.
Right, I understand, but I'm just trying to reconcile the delivery driver part, and I understand that it's being managed by a third party, but you are still the owner of the business. And I would imagine that although it's managed by a third party, these are items on this page that you are aware of, and that you have given permission to post. So I'm just trying to kind of follow you here. And, just get a little clarification, that's all.
So when you're looking at delivery driver can be in two paths. It can be the company driver, or it can be any third-party delivery driver.
Okay,
So delivery driver can be Uber Eats, it can be Uber Courier, it can be Cobb, and all those third-party vendors.
okay,
So I don't intend to have a delivery driver.
Okay.
Even if the order now have to be picked up.
okay. All right, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
And I just want to clarify, I've been to restaurants that have both. It's not an either or on delivery. You can have both an Uber driver and a delivery driver. It doesn't have to be one or the other.
Now,
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting that it is, but she
Okay.
mentioned that she would hire a Uber. This would be an Uber, sorry. She referenced a delivery driver would
Yes,
be Uber, but this list is a list that she's hiring for, and I just needed for her to make that clarification
I
for
just
me.
think we're asking so many questions, even again, earlier in her testimony, she stated, I could, yes, I see my business growing to do that. And then we asked her about Uber. Yes, I would like to do that. A lot of these things are conjecture. I just think if we end up asking enough questions, we can catch anybody in saying something that contradicts itself.
Yeah.
Again, I believe wholeheartedly, if we want to limit it, if we say no delivery driver, none, just tell her.
Right, but I also think we need to get to the point to determine what we're going to tell her. And the concern is, if you share testimony and, we are to review this testimony, it's not unreasonable for us to ask questions based on what's been presented. So if she presents that there's a delivery driver and I need clarification on that, then I need to ask that question for clarification, because that will be considered as a part of my decision-making process.
I absolutely agree, but we're here 2 hours into one hearing, and we've had many questions asked and answered, to the point where if you keep asking somebody for a similar answer, you will probably hear different things, and they will be confused, because I'm sitting here saying she's answered that.
I think part of the challenge is, although she might have answered the question, when new information is introduced, that requires new questions to be asked, even if she's answered them already. Because now, I have a clarifying question for something that she's already answered.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Gamble has had her hand up patiently. I've got to go to her, Commissioner, and then I'll come back to you.
Actually,
Commissioner.
ma'am, if I could ask you to step down, and if I could ask the salon owner to approach, please. And I'm only doing this for comparison purposes for the board,
Thank you.
because I think this will help resolve a lot of our issues.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, when you opened your salon,
Yes, ma'am.
did you have to change the power supply to your salon?
No, ma'am. That's the original power that was there at the building
Thank you,
when we opened.
thank you.
Commissioner Allen. I'm sorry,
Let
go
me
ahead.
explain to the board why I just asked that question. If the use was a neighborhood use, they should not have had to update their power. We just had testimony from the salon owner that he was able to go in, establish his business, utilizing the code and the stipulations that were set, but he did not have to update the power to accommodate the use. I think with the applicant updating the power, it's showing that the use is going to be more intense than what the property had intended.
Okay. Commissioner Allen?
I was just going to ask for a quick recess so I could draft a motion, but if commissioners have other
You have
comments.
two more commissioners, Commissioner Sheffield and let Commissioner Sheffield go. I heard her
Yeah,
starting.
I
Think I'll come to Commissioner
Just with
Burrow.
respect to the power, and increasing the power, it may be apples to oranges, because for the salon, their usage may not require the same amount of usage for a bakery. So the current electricity for the bakery just may not be sufficient. So the replacement may be that it's needed for this particular use, not necessarily for growth.
And while I agree with you, the owner or the applicant testified that they had to increase the ampage because of the type of equipment that was brought in.
Right.
Again, if you're a neighborhood baker, and y'all know I bake, you know, I did not have to increase the ampage to my house. You know, the equipment I used is sufficient for the ampage. I think, again, the size alone that she showed of the equipment is what you would typically see in an industrial area. We know in a beauty salon, there is many different hair dryers, different things going on that pulls electricity. So the fact that they can have a large electrical use but not have to update their power supply, to me, again, indicates that if this is local, if it is supposed to be small, if it is supposed to be just for the neighborhood, you wouldn't have to do the power increases that they have undertaken to do. And again, this is where
But
I
you
still
might.
have a challenge, because I hear she's saying she wants to serve the neighborhood, but she's doing things that would be typically found in an industrial area, producing large, massive quantities.
Yes. Commissioner Allen, I'm sure you've met with everyone, applicant and opposition. Would you be willing to hold this so that you can clarify things, get a list of stipulations of what would be agreeable and what would be prohibited, and the changes from the existing stipulations that she's requesting, like hours and everything? Or you may be ready to do that right now, I don't know. But we may be here all day on this one case.
I know this has lasted a couple of months just to get, because it's been held, didn't come last month, came this month. John, is it appropriate to ask the applicant and the opposition if they are okay with holding?
Yes.
1 month? Good, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, if you, I see you all talking about it. Mr. Rosen, is that acceptable for you all to hold?
I think that if that's the board's desire to get to a resolution, we don't want to be the opposition to that. Our concern is that without certificates of occupancy and where things are, the activities that we've seen, and that if that continues for another month, we'd like to see an end to that now. So, but I understand if the board is not in a position to make a motion, we'd like to see it resolved because of our concerns of it continuing. So I guess but we understand if that's what your preference is for it to be held.
So currently, John, they do not have a certificate of occupancy.
Correct.
So all activities outside of construction is there a way to restrict, to make sure, to just clarify that there's to be no activity until this is resolved in the next hearing?
And I think the best way to get that clarification is to call the applicant back up here and just make sure she's aware that she can only be doing construction on the property right now. She cannot run a business out of it.
Can the applicant come back up? Yeah.
How do you get a seat?
May I speak?
So I'll tell you my concern. If you are allowed to continue construction, and it is the will of this board to say that this is an inappropriate use, I would feel almost irresponsible allowing construction to continue, which is my concern. So my question is, are you at a point where you can cease construction and operations and perfections to the property until this board has a resolution?
Sir, construction is complete.
Okay?
My concern, if I may, this is causing undue financial harm to the applicant. We followed every rule that was we were required to follow. Every issue that has come up, including moving the grease trap 6 inches off the neighbor's property, that cost over $10,000 that we did immediately for 6 inches.
Okay, so are you saying you're finished with construction? There's
Construction
nothing?
is complete, but if you hold this off for another month, which will delay her from opening, this is just causing continued unnecessary stress for someone who's just trying to add additional value to your community.
Okay. Did you have a question for us?
I have a question for zone.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand why we're here today. Permits were they issued on the premise that they already met the requirements of zoning?
Yeah, when the permit's issued, it's normally put on the face of the permit that it's subject to this zoning case and the conditions with the zoning case.
With the stipulations that were put on the prior zoning, as a local small-scale bakery, are they compliant with the existing zoning on the property?
No,
What makes them not compliant?
they're not permitted to have a dumpster per the zoning conditions.
Okay.
And then the two things they want to change that are not out of compliance yet is they want to extend the hours 2 hours earlier in the morning.
Okay.
That's first one. And then the third request was to have a neon sign on the property,
I
which
see.
is not permitted.
Thank you, and we're not here for a full rezoning. This is simply other business to change stipulations. So there were stipulations added that brought you here today. And so those stipulations weren't clear, but permitting wouldn't have known about the dumpster.
It's on the permit that is subject to these conditions.
So when the applicant was provided that it's subject to those conditions, were they provided the zoning?
I'm not sure, Madam Chair, I wasn't there when this was permitted.
Is that a protocol that that when they come and get a site permitted, that they're given the underlying zoning?
We normally do go over it with them, and this one's got a lot of conditions that would have not allowed this to begin, as far as the hours and the dumpster.
Okay, so those are the two things that they're trying to change today.
There's 3 things. The hours
sorry.
are 2 hours
And the
earlier.
neon sign.
Yeah, the neon sign and the dumpster.
And by appointment only.
And by appointment only.
No, that was taken out.
That was taken out. Okay, so
Yeah.
just the 3, the dumpster, the extension of hours, and the neon sign. So we're talking about a lot here. Let me ask, for other business, though, when the matter comes before us, it opens up the entire case for review.
Correct.
Okay, so it's not that we were precluded from having other discussions.
To your
Okay.
point, to restrict what the concerns are from the community, to restrict that, to confine it to a neighborhood
Okay.
bakery.
I'll turn it
So,
back over to you, Commissioner.
okay.
Thank you.
With that, I will make a motion to hold. And unfortunately, well, no, September, when is the next, September 16th?
Correct.
It's the next hearing?
And
Yeah,
And what?
because that'll be 2 absent.
You could
That's
hold
fine.
it, you have to
Yeah,
hold it for 2 months.
unfortunately, we're going to hold it for 2 months.
No.
until.
For 2 months? I have millions invested in this. I can't, I mean, what else, what do I need to do? For 2 months?
I understand,
I mean, this, for 2
yeah,
months?
I'm sorry,
Everything is already completed.
I'm sorry, ma'am,
Okay,
I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
Ma'am,
This is
are you still
dialogue
asking
between-
questions?
No, this is dialogue between the board.
Can they be seated?
You can be
Can be
seated.
seated.
You can hold it for 1 month if all three of you
Yeah,
agree.
okay, so we'll make a motion to hold it till September.
But you won't on the 16th.
Yeah,
Okay, that's
that's September 16th.
The only concern is if we bring you back to the next zoning hearing, 2 of us will not be present.
That was the concern.
So,
And everything has to be 3-0,
and
correct,
so
Bill?
everything would have to be approved unanimously that date. So for things that are matters of controversy, it makes the next hearing date difficult. So you can come here next month and be right back in the same situation, or have things ruled not in your favor, or you can come back where there's time for all of us to hear the progression of matters over the next 2 months for possible favor consideration and this worked out. So I know this is it's not ideal for anyone.
So with that, I'll make the motion to hold until September 16th, the next zoning hearing.
You're going to hold till September?
September, yeah.
Okay.
So you do it, okay.
If that's the risk that's taken, do you want for
Because-
consideration? for-
Yes, you can come back.
Okay.
Is it not possible today to just simply state, use a smaller dumpster? Is it possible today to simply say, just open between the hours of? Is it not possible to just
No,
simply
no,
say,
sir.
don't produce over X amount of product?
No.
It takes too much to do that.
There are other
And if you'd
considerations.
rather not have a
This
business,
is
just
not-
simply say, don't have the business, we don't
Okay.
want your business, because that's what you're saying without saying it.
I'm sorry, okay, I'll continue my motion.
I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
yes, and yes, this is not time,
Time for-
again, for further advocacy, and I hear you loud and clear. For businesses, for most of us, time is money. Time is money. But we also understand that there's also due process and processes that we have in play as well. And somehow, you're here today because things did not comport specifically with the underlying zoning. So there's give and take on both sides. If the underlying stipulations were followed, we would not be here today. The business would be permitted. But because there's activity that was not permitted as it was zoned, that's what's bringing us in here today. So I get that. I get that. I do want to give the commissioner the latitude to make his motion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So with that, make a motion to hold into the next zoning hearing, September 16th.
Second.
Or is there any further discussion?
During that time, Commissioner Allen, if we can kind of work out the details of the dumpster, because I think that's also a huge sticking point and where it's going to go on the plan.
Any other comments or questions? All right, we'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, commissioners. Let's take a break and come back at 11:20, please. Now 11:22. We'll go ahead and call this meeting back to order. And I will turn things over to our zoning manager to queue up the next matter.
And I do have some good news, Madam Chair. The applicant did meet with the opposition for OB 35, Benjamin Middlebrooks, and they've come to an agreement to add one more condition to it. So if it's okay with the board, I'm going to read this back into consent with the extra condition.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Other business item number 35 of 2025 is to consider amending the site plan stipulations for Benjamin Middlebrooks regarding rezoning application Z46 of 2018. The property is located on the northwest corner of Cooper Lake Road and Weaver Street in land lot 694 of the 17th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to number one lot as shown on the site plan received June 27th, 2025. Number two, Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. And we're going to add number three, applicant to resurvey the property and stake the property and provide the neighbor with a copy of the survey. The applicant is present, and then the opposition is present. And you both agree to that extra condition? Yes. Yes.
All right, very good.
And if we could have a motion to add it to the consent,
Back.
to the consent. Okay.
OB 35.
It'll be 35.
I'll take that off. I lost my microphone. So move to add OB 35 to consent, accepting the new stipulation just read.
Correct.
Second.
Is there further discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
And then we can approve the consent as been revised.
Thank you. Commissioners, I move that we approve consent as it has been revised.
Second.
All right, any further discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Commissioners.
All right, moving on in the agenda. Rezoning case Z68 of 2024, Saks Austell LLC, request rezoning from R20 to NRC for a convenience store with fuel sales, retail, and a drive-through restaurant in land lot 84 of the 17th District. The property is located on the west side of Austell Road, north of Chamberlain Circle. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z68 of 2024? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
I'm sorry, sir, you can begin whenever you're ready.
Sure, so I'm here on behalf of Saks Austell. I'm the owner.
Okay, can you tell us your name for the record?
Sure, my name is Junaid Virani.
Okay,
Just a background on us, we're a fuel supply company. We've been in business for about 25 years here locally in Atlanta, Georgia. We own about 40 convenience store locations located in and around Metro Atlanta, 6 of them being in Cobb County. Just trying to construct a retail center with one of the tenants, which is going to be a gas station, another one which is supposed to be a Pizza Hut or a Domino's, and an additional one which is going to be an AT&T or Verizon, and then a full drive-through restaurant which is preferably, most probably going to be a Zaxby's. That's the project. You know, there's some details about our company up there that I can explain. We went through the planning and zoning approval, which was approved 5-0. We're here, from what my understanding is, the holdup is traffic studies, which were submitted. Before we went to planning and zoning, there was issues with landscape designs, lighting plans, everything that was asked for was submitted and approved. Like I said, what my understanding right now is an issue with the traffic study, which has been submitted, and we have our traffic engineer here to answer any questions that might be there.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Samir Batharkar. I'm with Lowe Engineers. I've been involved with this traffic study. I've been in touch with the staff. I'm currently in touch with GDOT as well. The biggest issue is the driveway to this property is going to be a right-in, right-out. It does require a deceleration lane, which we will be installing. That's been recommended in the traffic study. The issue is when you make a right out, and we were a little bit conservative when the way you do a traffic study, you have to assume where the traffic will come from and where the traffic will go after visiting your site. We were a little bit more conservative where we assume 60% will come from the north and 60% will go back up north. And the only way for them to go back up north is to get out of the site and make a U-turn on Austell at Chamberlain or continue down south to a signalized intersection and make a U-turn. So the initial traffic study that we submitted, we had assumed all three land uses operational at the same time, which produces about 44 cars, and I don't know if we want me to go into details of all of that, but 44 U-turns creates a level of service F. Now, what a level of service F is, it's a qualitative analysis. It goes from A to F. A to D is acceptable, E and F is not. F basically is a certain amount of seconds past that, it's all F. So that's where the traffic study got flagged. When we went into, and it was only during the AM peak, the PM peak works fine. During the AM peak, we had not assumed that two of those land uses, other than the gas station, will not be operational. So that's when we went back to staff and we said, this is what's going on. We were told that we understand that, but this is a GDOT road and you need to communicate with GDOT and see if they can accept that. So we're in discussions with GDOT right now. They understand that those land uses will not be operational during the AM peak. The issue is, right now there's one U-turn during the AM peak. If under the existing condition you go from 1 to 3 U-turns, you go from level of service E, which is existing, which is also not acceptable, to F. In the build conditions, you add a 1 car to the U-turn, it goes to F. And that's what I explained to GDOT. GDOT said, well, then let us look at it from an R-cut standpoint. An R-cut is where you allow left ins, but you do not allow left outs from the side streets. I know I'm throwing out a lot of technical stuff. And so I've been in contact with them. They've asked us to do a couple of different types of analysis, which we did. We submitted that to them last week. And Ms. Megan Wilson at the district and Imani Moon both are reviewing that analysis right now, and we're waiting for them to come back to us and say this is acceptable or not. Now, one of the things about R-cut in their mind was maybe GDOT was willing to install that themselves. I said, our client's willing to install it. She goes, no, it's probably in our plans to do it anyway because the side street is at level of service F under existing conditions. They're a little bit concerned about that as well. So she said, let us go back to our drawing board. Let us look at all our projects. Let us see when we're going to schedule them, see if it fits with your schedule. If not, you guys will have to do that. But it also has right-of-way considerations to it. So that's where we're stuck right now, and we're just waiting for them to get back to us. And so I tried calling Megan Friday, yesterday, even this morning early, just couldn't get in touch with her. So at this point, I do not have a directive from GDOT yet.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
For the applicant, you do have about 5 minutes left on the clock. Does this conclude your presentation?
Yes, you know, my only thing was if there is a holdup on the GDOT side, is there a way we could get a yay or nay on the project contingent upon that approval from GDOT?
Okay. That's something we can discuss when you're done with your presentation.
Okay.
Yep.
Sure. So like I said, we're a fuel supply company here locally based in Atlanta for about 25 years. We own 40-plus locations, supply about 110 locations in 11 different states. This is just another project. We have 2 projects down the road from here, which were constructed less than 4 years ago. These are state-of-the-art stores that are, you know, even if you walk into the Quick Trip racetrack down the road, you would prefer to come to one of these locations. These are very well lit, clean stores, clean restrooms, security cameras inside out. These cameras are connected with the Cobb County Police Department. They have access to it 24/7 to see what's going on in and around the property. You know, we've got, normally we have our foods kitchen inside the store. This particular project, we would not, just because there's going to be two different food franchisees, national franchisees that we're planning to bring on into the retail center. You know, we've been in business for 25 years. This is not a mom and pop operation. This is going to be a quality retail center, which is going to be operated, you know, in a very, very professional manner.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. You can have a seat. I believe there was no opposition present for this matter, so I will turn things over to the district commissioner. That's you?
You looked that way, threw me off. I'm like, wait a minute, over here. Yeah, here. So, thank you for the thorough presentation. I guess my only question to you, John, is the best course. I know it was brought up to possibly either hold it until we get the information from GDOT, or is the applicant requested maybe approved with some type of condition of that? I'm not sure what the best approach, Madam Chair, if you have feedback on that, but.
Yeah, it's possible. There are other zoning cases where we may have that be the case, and they know that you can't move forward unless that condition is met, but they don't have to come back for another hearing, because again, with everyone in businesses, time is always money, so it's up to you.
So-
Would you like to weigh in, John?
Yes,
Or Bill?
and the board can definitely put a condition on our approval that there be no land and surface permits until GDOT approves the plans. And now hold off on everything unless GDOT approved it.
And when we say GDOT approves, what are we looking, is that a certain threshold of not being an E or F, or what would that?
And that's a question that I cannot answer, Commissioner. You know, it'd be totally up to GDOT based on the engineering standards. And, you know, what you may want to do is call our DOT person up here to see what would be different about that compared to our process.
Okay. Any other questions before I do that?
Yeah. Well, and also have time for our DOT to review what GDOT proposes or responds.
I see nodding.
So I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what you were going to say?
So it would not only be the requirement from GDOT, but also your approval once you.
Right, they have to review it
Right, review
once
it
we
and-
get the results.
And approve.
Thank you for
Yeah,
clarifying that, Commissioner. Would you be okay if we call it DOT? Just-
Yeah, you can, yeah.
Yes.
You can come up.
Cobb County Transportation, Wilson Collins.
Thank you, Wilson. Can you just clarify the process that we just discussed? If we're waiting on GDOT approval, what additional steps would be needed?
Yes, Commissioner, I would want to review that, but also say, you know, are we trying to alleviate that level F service? So if those a reconfiguration of the site plan, would probably want to see that traffic study to see that get above a level F service. If they can meet that requirement, I would not foresee any other additional issues with there. The issue is largely that U-turn, as I said, it's currently going into that F level of service.
Okay. So upon GDOT approval and reconfiguration of the site plan such that it is above a level of F service?
With the revised traffic study to.
With the revised traffic. All right, if you can remember that, Commissioner.
Right.
Or the clerks.
Is it, just for a check, is it also appropriate to add on that, not only GDOT, Cobb DOT, but also the commissioner? That way we're all able to sign off on it and, okay. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Can the applicant come back up?
Quick question for you. The video that you showed a short while ago, is that how you plan for this location to look? Or the products that you plan to sell
Yes.
at this location?
There's this particular location shows on there, so there's a traditional look that we used to use with the stucco and the beige bricks and stuff. The newer look is the one that we proposed for this location. We've got about 5 locations that are already active in different counties with that look. That's the one we're proposing here. That's the more contemporary look versus the traditional look that we used to use before.
Okay, so for the products on the interior of the store, there was a video that showed different products, and I noticed wine at least. Is it your intent to come back and secure or apply for an alcohol license at this location?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The beer and wine sales, yes,
Okay.
which is part of almost every convenience store.
Right, I understand.
Yeah.
But not all of them sell beer and wine, but I just wanted to be clear on what your intentions are.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And then to follow on to that, are you also going to be offering, it looked like gambling? There looked like to be some gambling machines.
You're talking about the COAMs that are supplied by Georgia Lottery. Those are licensed through Georgia Lottery. That's the only ones, yes.
And how many of these machines will you have?
Probably about 6.
And will these machines be located out in the open, or will you have them in a separate location?
It's going to be inside the store, but it's accessible to public. It's not right in the front. It's towards the back side of the store.
A picture or can,
On this one, okay. Probably it went in the front of the video.
Thank you, sir. Do you have any more questions for?
No, I thought they were running.
We were just trying to
Oh,
find
I'm
the
sorry. I
picture
apologize. I thought it was done.
I thought I saw what looked to be one, but I know that this is a different location. They're selling CDB.
so, sir, will you have, I know you'll have cigarettes, tobacco,
Stop
but
right there, sorry, Commissioner. If you can pause the video right there, but continue. Okay, finish your thought.
okay. Will you be selling vaping products and CDB too?
Some of the vapes that are legally allowed to be sold in the state, yes. I mean, most of these come from the cigarette companies, which is like Marlboro or Camels, the same companies they also supply vapes now. But to answer your question, yes, we will be selling vapes. And in every one of the, if you can walk into a Quick Trip and Racetrack, they also sell the same vapes. It's supplied through the same cigarette suppliers that supply the cigarettes. If you go back, I think that particular.
Sir, you can have a seat.
Okay.
Thank you.
I was trying to get to the video to confirm the thing for
So
him.
in this particular store, it's not.
Can you go by the mic, please?
In this particular video, it's not showing the machines itself, but the gentleman where he's standing right there, behind that open section that you see, it's where the COAMs are.
Okay, that's what I wanted you to
Yes,
confirm,
ma'am.
so thank you for that.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Just keep the video right here. I don't have any more questions, but an observation, because I've never walked into a Quick Trip and seen a wine store. So is this your intent here, to have a similar construct?
So the beer and wine is just one section of it. It's not,
Is it your intent to have an aisle that looks like this there?
Yes, there is, but we can curtail that down to, I mean, it's just, based on the area, and we just have to have a bigger selection, but we can cut that down if that's what it's gonna take.
Yes, because that's my concern, based on the area. This is a moderate income community that has a confluence of challenges. And so this conversations about specialty smokes and alcohol is a serious consideration, because there's some communities that have a higher proportion of those types of uses than others.
Okay.
And this area is very limited in commercial. There is a convenience store right across the street. On the side of the building in large cap letters are beer, alcohol. And so I'm concerned because of the elements that are already here. I think it's a beautiful I think it's beautifully constructed, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the product sold will be constructive to those that live there. And I would be very concerned to walk into any gas station where you have kids riding on bikes. This is right next door to an apartment complex. Just walking in there where they get normalized, that these are the types of things that you traditionally see in a gas station and convenience store, which I would definitely not want to see here, and would ask that you please limit this. Usually in the back, not right in the front, right next to ice cream and water, you're
Okay.
going to see this much alcohol. Sometimes if I go to like a Quick Trip or Racetrack, at the back, you'll see it in the boxes, and then the others you'll see located in a refrigerated, at least in the refrigerator, just not right out on full-on display. So that may not have been what you wanted to see, but that's all I kept seeing when I looked at
Right.
this just now, and
Right.
that's
And-
just not appropriate.
And I recall this application from at least a couple of years ago when this was in District 4, and I had the same concerns then. And also, it's adjacent to RM12, which we know it's not considered with respect to distances, to meet distances for alcohol requirements, because it is commercial.
For our legal team, I'm sorry, for our legal team, when we look at the radius of where people live, does it take into account multifamily or just single
No.
family?
No, that's what I just said.
Just
Yes,
single
it's
family.
a single family.
Can I address something? So-
Only with the, this is not a question for you, so I have an issue because it's not for you to present your case, but I will defer to the commissioner if you want to.
No, if you had another question.
I don't.
I had a question about the COAM machines.
Sure.
Are these typical in all of your,
They're in about 6,000 locations in Georgia. They're
I-
all licensed through Georgia Lottery, and they're almost everywhere. Even Quick Trips have started putting them in now.
right, and are they currently in all of your locations that you have, the 30-plus that you?
I would say about 80-90% of them.
Okay.
Yes.
I share some of the same concerns about location and the types of things inside of the store. I guess my question, if we were to restrict the vaping or vape products, I know that's more state law, is it within our purview also to restrict that in some way? I'm asking that to our legal,
Tobacco sales,
not tobacco sales, the vape.
vaping,
Vaping and vaping material.
as a product within a store, I'd have to look at that. I'm not aware of us doing that specifically.
I'm not saying we can't.
Yeah, that's,
I know we've limited, and this is more so for a restaurant. I don't know if we've ever limited in a convenience store, but again, I've never seen this. But can we limit percent of product which is dedicated towards alcohol sales?
Not in the zoning, but when they
I'm just
come
saying,
for an appeal.
as a stipulation, can we limit that?
John. We had one store in Commissioner Sheffield's district last year or the year before, where I think the board put a prohibited beer and wine sales at.
Yeah. Oh,
The
we've
one
done that.
way
Oh, we did
down.
that.
Yeah,
Powder
we've
Springs.
done it
It was near Sanders Road, I think.
multiple times, yeah. Sir, I know we've prohibited it multiple times, but I don't know if we've ever limited it. As far as percentage of sales for a convenience store. I know we've done it for a restaurant, but I don't think we've ever done that for a gas station.
Yeah, and just keep in mind that there may be a difference between percentage of sales and percentage of floor space in the
Yes.
store.
Okay, can we limit it percent of floor space objectively?
I think so.
Okay. Can we prohibit vape, let me see the terminology I see here. Getting back to Commissioner Burrell's inquiry. So there are traditional tobacco products such as cigarettes, cigars, and pipe tobacco. Can we limit other wider array of smoking accessories, which include e-cigarettes, vaping products, and, I can't even say it, hookahs? Hookahs? I don't use hookahs.
Those are automatically prohibited.
I don't get out the house, but hookahs? Fall back on this chair.
Yeah.
Can we limit it to traditional tobacco products such as cigarettes, cigars, and pipe tobacco?
And that's a tough question, Madam Chair, because the state does regulate
The state
that.
regulates
I know, and you really can't enter a space. Unless you're more prohibitive, sometimes you can, as long as you're not widening it, the use.
Or both ways. I mean, we were restricted on what we could do in fireworks too. We could not be more restricted than what the state was. We'd be happy to look at that, but we haven't done it before in the past. And we would have to come up with a separate reason why we would have to, which would probably include some sort of study related specifically to those products.
So with that, when, and if your consultant, your traffic consultant, he's still here, when, just from a timing standpoint, if we were to hold this, how long do you think it would take GDOT? Have they given you some type of time window?
Hoping it's within the next 2 weeks.
In the next 2 weeks?
Because the analysis is all done, it's just a matter of a meeting with them.
Yeah. And then how much time would DOT need to review? 2 weeks, so we're already at a month. So considering all this and also getting opinion back on the vape.
And the alcohol.
Yeah, and the alcohol. If there are no further questions or comments from the board, I'd like to make a motion to hold until October.
Yes, and I like their consideration for security, Commissioner. I also would like to know some consideration for fencing, if that wasn't the case. Security, because again, you have an apartment complex here, you just, I think there should be a very clear barrier between this site and
We can commit to all that, that's not a problem. We can also commit to limited floor space for alcohol, that's
Okay.
not a problem.
Okay.
We just want to be able to do, so down the road where the racetrack is and stuff, we just want to be able to fairly compete, and that's about it.
Understood.
But we're okay to limit the floor space for alcohol, and that's
Okay.
not a big deal.
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, so with that, I make a motion to hold until October 15th?
21st.
21st.
All right, I'll second. Is there any further discussion? Call the question. The motion carries. Commissioner Burrow? That's okay, 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and Board, we're getting close to lunch. Would it be the board's desire to hear one more case and then break for lunch?
I hear one yes. Commissioners, would you like to continue? I hear another one. All right, we'll continue, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. This is a long one, I understand. Is this the cell tower use?
No, this is,
Okay, I didn't look it. Okay,
All
all
right.
right.
Chair, do we want to go ahead and release the other ones who we will not pick up until afterwards, so they can go ahead and get their lunch?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Let me look at the schedule, because I'm seeing a lot without knowing specifically what I'm referring to.
correct,
Okay.
we're going to hear Z15 next, so we can release the people for LUP 19, LUP 24, SLUP 2, and OB 39.
Okay. If those of you in the audience did not hear that, I'm just going to reiterate what our zoning manager shared. We are going to hear one more zoning case before we break for lunch, and our lunch that we break for is typically an hour for lunch. So if you are here for cases LUP 19, LUP 24, SLUP 2,
SLUP 2.
and other business item 39, you are free to begin your break now. You do not have to sit through this hearing because we will break after we hear this next case, Z15. Yes, and likely, it depends. Again, we will start at an hour after this case is heard. I don't know how long this case will run. So that's the unfortunate matter, but we will be back no earlier than noon. I'm sorry, thank you, Commissioner. 1 p.m. And I heard a commissioner say safely 1:30. So we will not convene before 1:30 for the other 4 cases on our agenda today.
Okay. Rezone case Z15 of 2025, Sydney Silva and Amber Silva. Request rezoning from LRO to NRC for a flooring showroom in land lots 310 and 339 of the 16th district. The property is located on the southwest corner of Shallowford Road and Shallow Court. Is the applicant present? The director show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z15? So we got 2, 3. Let the director show there's 3 people opposed. All those who wish to address the board either for or against Z15, please come forward to be sworn in.
Okay. Yes, please come on up, ma'am. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Amber Silva. I'm with All Good Floors and Supplies. I am here today to discuss the rezoning of LRO to NRC zoning. But I'd first like to apologize. I know that there was a meeting that I missed 2 weeks ago. I was out of the country. I did send a letter out. I just wanted to put it out there that I did not mean to miss this meeting. It was very important to me, to my business, and I was out of the country. So I just wanted to let you guys know it was not an intent to show any type of, just.
Okay, thank you. We hear you.
Thank you.
We
Okay,
got you.
thank you. Okay, so what brings us here today, we bought the property in 2021. I've been in business now in Marietta, Georgia for going on 23 years. My original location is on 1951 Canton Road. We've been there for 23 years. We recently bought the property at 2280, the one in contest that's kind of contested. It was bought in 2021, and at that point, we made it a second location. I assumed because it was just a showroom, there was no deliveries, exchange of money, cashier, anything related to any type of exchanges. It was a place to go and to basically view flooring products. At that time, everything went fine. I was doing, we did some outside landscaping, beautified the building. I brought some very childlike, childlike attachments, and I can put it on the display just to show you.
Yes, please.
Just to show you, and I'll put it here and I can make it bigger, to show you how the it's okay. I got it.
Can the camera
That the
zoom in?
property was prior to us purchasing it, when we bought it on 2021. The property, this picture, I'll write it off. Okay, so I wanted to just show the property prior, when we bought the property. It was uninhabitable. I'm sure that you guys are familiar with the Bunny House in Marietta, Georgia. When we purchased that property, we found it to be perfect for us. We live off of Trickham and Kemp Road. We live very close. Both my kids went to Lassiter High School, graduated, and we've lived in the community pretty much since then, since about 35 years ago. At this point, we bought it. It was a convenience. for us. We thought it would be beautiful, it would fit in with the community because it is a house. And so there's homes surrounding it, and then across there are several commercial businesses as well surrounding us. At that point, fast forward to last year, I took it upon myself to place a building, outside structure, 40 by 50, very large, that I put in the back of the property. We do have, it's a very large parcel, I believe 28,000 square feet. So it's large, and then we also have a side parcel. I placed the building behind. I did remove some debris and some trees. And at that point, it was when I received the complaint, obviously from the neighbor behind, who was very unhappy with the size of the structure. We did discuss, he had visited our property prior to me doing that, but had nothing to do with the structure that I was building. It was more, I think, curiosity of what we were doing as everybody else in the neighborhood with our business. Since then, we haven't had nothing but positive comments, people driving by, people loving, oh, look, there it is. So as you can see, the top left is going to be the corner of Shallow Court and Shallowford Road. That is the corner in the middle here is going to be the house. That's our, this is our showroom here, and this is the corner here of Shallow Court. This is our main sign. As you can see, I just did a little mini sign just to kind of keep it in the looks of the community so it didn't look like some big eyesore. And then here's just some fencing on the outside of our showroom. This first picture here, that is the bunny house when we purchased it. This is another picture of that bunny house with the 25 cars that are parked outside, as well as a dumpster right there next to the side of the building. I drove by this building probably the entire time my kids went to school. So when it came up for sale, we thought, this is perfect, we can make it beautiful, and then this is the after. So you get to see a before, and then you get to see an after. So these were my pictures. Flip it over, and we go right into the building. This is the area of concern. This is a view walking from outside of my showroom and the little fence, and that is the structure here that you see here from the front. Trees here. This picture here is a picture from Shallow Court looking over my fence there. I kind of my phone up so that you could see the elevation of the actual structure, which is not, I want to say it's 15 feet high. It looks higher because I had my phone up. I just wanted to show you when you're walking along Shallow Court, you can barely see the rooftop of that building. And here's another picture. This is me with my phone. This is the neighbor's home here, and this is the area of complaint. There is that space there. I am very aware. My mouth is a little dry, guys. I'm aware that the building did not fit into, now I am, that it was not correct for LRO. Thank you. And so we are now asking to be turned into an NRC. We don't fit, I didn't believe that we fit the description of NRC. At first, I thought it was low-rise office because of how the property was sold to us. I'm so sorry, you guys, I'm very tired.
You're okay.
As the property,
We're good. Just take your time.
Okay.
Deliver your case. It is okay.
I'm not a public speaker.
We put in our pants
I
one
can
leg
sell.
at a time, like you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. As I said, when I purchased the property, it was exciting. I thought this is perfect. Something I can pass along to my daughter, great area, and then, of course, I do the building. I mess up everything according to the county. It didn't fit. So fast forwarded to our last meeting, I was not prepared. I'm just going to tell you, I was not prepared. I had no idea what LRO stood for, what NRC stood for. I've been like literally on ChatGPT doing everything I could do to find out the meanings, the laws, the zoning, and I believe that I did on my own. And I met a gentleman with the company, GRC. His name is Don Singer. He has prepared multiple drawings that you guys requested showing the building, the structure moved completely, and then also showing the structure I requested is if we did move the structure, not completely remove it, but move the structure closer to our existing showroom, the main one, and I would fall under, with his drawing, it shows that I fall under all the parameters for NRC. I would just have to be rezoned to NRC because I'm LRO. And so with that, my buffers would be in place. I would even, if I could, be more than willing to compromise. I don't believe that the neighbor and I can any longer come to any type of resolution, unfortunately. It's been civil, but I don't believe that I want to come to him to ask him for something that I purchased a property I paid for. It was not even a property I could get a loan on, so it's paid for out of my pocket. And in addition, the building was a $35,000 building, which was my financial burden, as well with the concrete structure. The only thing I'm asking, please, is if I bring everything up to, and I am given NRC, I would like to ask if I could have the building, and I have called multiple companies. It is expensive to have the building moved, not removed, but moved, and also, if need be, even made smaller. They can do that. They can shorten it from front to back. They cannot shorten it from on the width. So it's a 40 by 50. He said if I remove 10 from the back, then it would be 40-40. It would bring it up, and then I would only have, and I have a drawing attached to, and I'll find it for you, and it shows that I am out by 5 feet. It would be a 5-foot variance. Again, I would be willing to put into your decision any special stipulations that maybe would require me to, if I sold the property, I couldn't sell it. However you feel it would need to be. I just wanted the structure. What I need the structure for is I have tons of displays. We have another location at 1951 Canton Road. We have right there about almost 8,000 square feet there. We just got bought out by a new landlord. He took the property in January.
Ma'am, your time has run out.
Oh, no, okay. And I'm just requesting, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
I didn't even see that. Okay, thank you very much for your time.
Okay, we'll now hear from the persons in opposition. And again, please be mindful, you saw time overrun on a prior case, that if there are multiple speakers, please be mindful from our initial speakers to give everybody else a chance to speak who desires to.
Just as another reminder, Chairwoman, there is a timer that's on the podium for you to keep track of your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, and also help in stating your name before you begin speaking.
All right. My name is Justin McLean. I live next door at 3771 Shallow Court. I wanted to ask if my public comments I had made have been received and been read by the commissioners, or if I need to go back over.
I would presume we have not seen or heard anything.
Okay. Well, then I also have a few images of the building that they're talking about from my property that I'd like to show. Okay. But I'll start with in September 2024, so about a year ago, I got back from a trip out of town, and half of the trees in the buffer zone between me and the business All Good Floors had been removed. And they had regraded the land, brought it up almost to the height that my fence is at, and were pouring a 40 by 50 foot slab. I immediately tried to get in contact with Sydney, who is Amber's husband, to find out what was going on, and brought up my concerns about, I was worried that they were making a giant parking lot right next to my house. He informed me that it was actually going to be a 40 by 50 foot warehouse that they were planning to store flooring samples in. I then, within like probably a week or two, notified them of multiple zoning regulations that they were violating. This was all before the building went up. I want to make sure that that's clear, and tried to see if I could work out a deal with them. There were some things that were said that brought me to believe that I couldn't, and I wasn't sure that the communication was going to go in good faith, or that the things that were being told to me were going to end up being true. And I was also concerned about the water runoff and my property value being affected, which were things that I also notified them of. My talks with them, they had told me that they had 2 weeks to get a refund on the deposit that they had made for the large warehouse. I made sure that within that 2-week time frame that I let them know that I wanted the county involved so that they would be able to get the refund on the deposit for the building before they were out the money for the building. Jump forward a couple months later, I think this was in February, I think it was a Friday morning, they started building the building, and by Sunday, it was almost completely erected. And I believe that the reason that it was put up over the weekend was so that it couldn't get shut down by code enforcement, who I called, and it took them, it took a couple days for them to get out there. Another issue that's happened since then because the regrading is so steep, I don't know if we can flip through a couple more of these. Sure. So if you look at this picture here, you can see how close this is to the fence. It's my fence is, you can see I took the pictures on my back porch. The slab itself is 8 feet from the fence, and you can see that the land was brought up and it's almost in line with the fence. Previously, it was, if I had to guess, probably 20 to 30 feet out before it was that height. So there's been, I have a lot of concerns about water. Right now, the fence is actually pushing on the bottom of my, the dirt from the slope is pushing on the bottom of my fence, and it's gonna end up causing rot issues. I haven't seen any of the plans that they were just talking about, but even if they were to move the building, it's so large that it's gonna be visible from within my house, especially if it's up against the fence, and it's also visible as you pull into the neighborhood as they showed. I wouldn't say it's barely visible, it's very much something that you see as you pull in, along with all the trees that were there that have been removed. I also talked to stormwater management about the water runoff issues, and they validated the concerns that I had, that the amount of land that could absorb the water had dropped down a lot, and then also the redirection of the water is now, on one side it's dumping, and because of the slope running into the back of my property, which could end up causing erosion issues. And on the front side, there is a gutter there, but I'm worried about that overflowing in heavy rains and water leaking to the foundation of my house. We live on a very steep hill, and my neighbors to the right of me, not from their construction, but have previously had water issues and had to have their foundation repaired. The building I'm also concerned about, it doesn't match the existing, it's a sheet metal building, like it looks like a warehouse. It doesn't match any of the buildings close by or the housing close by. It stands out and is an eyesore. And the noise from the large garage door that opens and closes is something we can hear inside, along with branches from trees and stuff that fall. And if they were, from the plans that I saw, if they were to relocate the building, it looks like they would have to cut down the rest of the trees that are over there. I'm not sure about that, but like I said, I wasn't able to see those beforehand. I do want to reiterate that I did bring this up to them last year, that they were in violation of all these issues, and that I wanted them to work with the county. I tried to notify the county at that point and didn't really make any ground. I think I called the wrong department, and they told me that since it was just a slab, there wasn't really anything that they could do. Once the building went up, I got in contact with code enforcement, and then that's when this process started. I do also want to say that I'm not opposed to the business being able to operate there, but I'm opposed to the NRC reclassification because it would let them put up structures that don't match the home style in the neighborhood. And
Excuse me, can you stop the clock for a moment? Again, I just want to be mindful. Ma'am, are you with him or are you waiting to speak?
I am.
Oh, okay. Is there another speaker in opposition? Or ma'am, are you speaking?
that's my fiance.
Okay, so I guess if there's any disagreement about time, you guys can handle it.
Yeah, sure.
All right. God willing. Yes. Okay, there's about 4 minutes or 14 seconds. I feel so bad from the other case. That's why I just bring it to your attention.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can I continue?
Yes, please, sir.
Okay. So the concerns about the structure not matching the surrounding buildings, which I believe is one of the codes that are required in LRC, which I think is what the zoning division had initially said would work best in the area. I know that the planning division also recommended against allowing the rezoning completely. Like I said, I'm not opposed. The business up until last September, whenever they put that building up, I hadn't had any issues with. They did, as they said, make the property look better. I was not aware at the time that they were operating illegally in the zone that they were in, and would have liked to have at least been able to go to a hearing to know what my rights were at that point, but I guess we're past that now. If they are allowed to keep the business operating there, I'd like to ask that they have to restore the grading that they redid and restore some sort of landscaped buffer between our properties. And possibly the stipulation is added that another business is not allowed to operate there. I believe the Rabbit House that was there before them actually had the stipulation that that was the only business that was allowed to operate in that LRR zoning. There was some other stipulations. I think it had to keep the house looking residential, which is also something I'd like to request. They, I believe this year, added lit up signage on the side of the building that says all good floors. And before the warehouse was constructed, the lights were visible from my back porch at night, which was kind of annoying. Sorry, I just want to make sure I touched on everything. Oh, and then I also wanted to mention that whenever I first reached out to Sydney, he did tell me that he had permits for the building, and I had to call the zoning office and confirm with them that there were no permits pulled. That was one of the things that led me to break the initial contact that I had made, along with some other things that were said, trying to work out a deal with them to see if we could get a building there. From the pictures that are visible here, was this one? So you can see here, this is from the top of the road next to my house, just how close this building is to my home. It extends past my house on both sides, so if I got on the back porch or walk out the front door, it's visible. It's visible inside of my house as well. And moving it closer up the hill, which it looked like was what their plan was, would only make it more visible to me and the rest of the neighborhood. And I just wanted to show a few more pictures of the, well, that's a picture of the fence. You can see at the bottom where the dirt's pushed up against it. And then this other picture here, that's the back porch. Another view that was after the initial construction was done. They did place a few trees there. And then the other picture is over the fence, where you can see the dirt has sloped down, and then there was overgrowth. At that time, they do have landscapers that come out. And then those are pictures from my front yard. So you can see the building extends quite far on both sides of my house. And I don't know how they can move it and it not be very visible and interruption to the neighborhood. They also mentioned that they have another warehouse a few miles down the road. I don't know if it's been addressed. I'm not sure why they can't keep their other flooring samples there instead of it needing to be in this warehouse in the back. I'm just curious if that's something that's an option. Is there anything that I missed? Oh, yeah, and then for the LRC, or the existing zoning LRO, the setback for a building this size, which is, I think it's over 2,000 square feet, is actually 100 feet. So it's not like a small violation that they're in. It's like 90-something% of the existing setback for their zoning. And then there's also estimated 5 to 18% loss of value to my home from the research I've done.
Sir, your time's up.
Okay.
I will turn things over to our district commissioner.
Thank you. Okay. Want to clarify that the applicant was out of the country when Planning Commission heard this. She did request that it be continued a couple of days before the Tuesday hearing. But unless it's 7 days prior to, it's not automatic. So when she didn't show, they heard the case anyway. But I just want to clarify, she did ask, but you can't, it is not automatic continuance. We would have to vote on it that morning, or Planning Commission had to vote on it that morning to continue it. and they heard it. So we did receive several emails from Mr. McLean with, that I forwarded to Planning Commission and this board with the objections that he just presented in his testimony. And not just the intensity of this building, which was not permitted, built without a permit as a result of code enforcement, and the proximity to his property and does not meet code and is not in compliance. You know, I know that he had several discussions with the applicants of what they could do. I know Planning Commission recommended that they meet with staff to come into compliance. And even with the reference today of plans that they could move it, they're still not in compliance, and they still don't meet the setbacks and requirements, and it is an impact to the neighbors. So I'd like to call Stormwater. Andrew, can you come up?
Hello, Andrew Heath, Cobb County Stormwater Management.
There were comments made about the runoff and the proximity to Mr. McLean's property and erosion. And can you speak to the staff analysis and recommendation regarding that?
Yes, absolutely. I have spoken with the opposition who lives next door. This site, when they added the building, they also added some gravel to access the building behind the house that added to the impervious area of the site. So they're going to have to do something to manage the runoff from the site, even if it remains as it is. A challenge with that is the building is pretty close to the property line, so we would have to find a way to somehow do that, provide that stormwater management feature somewhere, because there's probably not enough gap there between the building and the property line. So we might have to do it somewhere maybe in front of the home. I say in front of the home, in front of the building, between the building and the home in that region. So there's some challenges in that, not necessarily insurmountable, but they will have to, you know, provide our stormwater management criteria that we have, and we'll have to try to find a way to squeeze it in there on the site somewhere.
But is there, well, between where the building is now and the home, the house that was the rabbit rescue, is there enough area there to do that? And if they move the building closer, how much space is going to be between the building and the, I just don't see how they're going to resolve this with and be in compliance.
Yeah. One of my comments was actually the areas that I had in my comments analyzing the stormwater management are just areas that I had to try to measure on my own, because the areas for the new building, the gravel, aren't really detailed on the plan. And I saw the applicant has a new plan today with the building relocated. That probably gives a little bit different impervious area, which may change how much they have to do on the site. So it's kind of a little bit up in the air. If you wanted us to look at the new plan, they could submit that and we could have a chance to look at that a little closer. If you wanted us to do that, whatever the board's pleasure is.
Yeah, well, we're all just seeing this new plan today. That wasn't addressed prior to today. But, and I can't say that it's going to make a difference or make them in compliance or resolve any of these issues. I have a problem that this was done without a permit. The encroachment on the neighbors, and even NRC being appropriate this close to residential. So, I don't know that holding it is gonna help. I'll take suggestions from the board, but I don't support this at all. Planning Commission did recommend denial, and I think originally staff had recommended approval with conditions before, we heard testimony or whatever. So now that this has been through Planning Commission, well, I don't want to say staff recommended approval. They recommended deletion to LRC. So is that still your recommendation, or is it denial, or what?
It's for deletion to LRC with all those conditions that are in the staff recommendation.
NRC or LRC?
LRC. Deletion to
Okay.
LRC.
With what? No variances as outlined?
Let me pull it up.
I know there's some other staff recommendations. I didn't see that particular variance
These are-
recommendation.
These are.
Okay, let me look at that last page. Transportation had a number of immediate considerations. I'm sorry, trying
Well-
to find the page, Commissioner.
It's the second page on the back. Well, it starts at the
Okay.
bottom.
I'm
Final
going to the
staff
wrong place.
recommendations, deletion to LRC.
It says variance is identified in the zoning comments. Let me
Water and sewer, fire, parking must be paved and striped. John, let me ask you one thing while she's looking that up. Deletion to LRC with these stipulations or provisions, there's no way this current slab and building would meet those criteria.
No, the building and the slab would have to be either moved or removed from the property.
Mhm.
And it would be up to the board to decide if you want to look at moving it closer to the house, attaching it to the house, or just removing it from the property altogether,
Well, I
or
think-
decreasing the size is
or
what I.
or making it smaller.
Right, but that would be removing what's there now and rebuilding something that meets LRC.
Correct.
And what about the elevation where the pad is? It's still going to be,
Well,
Visible.
Say the board wants them to move the building closer to the house, then there should be a condition put on the property that the pad be removed and be replanted to county standards. And I think the applicant had a plan to show it being replanted when they made their presentation.
right. But from what I'm hearing, that was still 5 feet from what it needs to be for setbacks and what have you. So, well,
Yeah, I'll just say,
I could.
were you going to say something, Commissioner?
go ahead, I have.
Yeah, I'm just reading staff comments. Some are recommendations and some are just observations. And this is what I'm seeing for the variance, like, under staff considerations or comments, it says this is addressed in the zoning comments, but the zoning recognizes the variances, but it doesn't make a recommendation on ameliorating the variances. And then when I go to the stormwater comments, I see one recommendation, but then the others are just observations of the stormwater impacts without recommendations for ameliorating it. Again, I just see one, I'm trying to get back to where I was. It just states it exceeds impervious coverage, that there are stormwater impacts. I guess I'm looking for direction on, and maybe they didn't put direction on there because it's up to us, but I don't see conditions on how to mitigate the stormwater impacts. It's just observing it, except for one comment, and I'm trying to go back and find the comment.
And normally in stormwater comments, that there is some language in there to mitigate the negative effects of the project.
Here it says, if utilized, the dumpster pad must be connected to sanitary sewer or an infiltration system. That's the recommendation. The second one is just an observation of 38% impervious coverage. The next one is recognition that the site exceeds impervious area for stormwater management requirements. And then the fourth one says the site plan does not fully and accurately depict the areas of gravel, and that needs to be updated. So I'm only seeing one recommendation, and that is to tie the dumpster pad runoff so it's connected to sanitary sewer. That's it.
Yeah, and number 4, they are asking that the survey be updated to show the actual area of impervious coverage, including the gravel. I think Mr. Heath can address his comments, better than I could.
Where are you seeing the
It-
stormwater?
It's the second part, it's the second sentence in number 4.
Okay. Applicant will update the survey. Okay, for the first sentence. Yeah, it's just saying they don't fully and accurately depict the area. They will update the survey. So updating the survey doesn't necessarily address fixing, yes.
Where are you?
I wish I could tell you what.
Number
I'm
4?
online, unfortunately, I can't tell you the number.
The zoning variance?
Planning.
She's under stormwater.
Sorry. Yep, right. I'll keep going. Yep. Here.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Hello again.
Hey, I may have sat down too soon, I'm sorry.
And Commissioner, am I speaking? If I ask him a question, did you want to go first?
No, go
Okay.
ahead.
Can this site be ameliorated to keep the site from having stormwater discharge on the adjacent property? If they were to remove the pad that they have, so it's outside of the setback, is that sufficient to address the stormwater issues on this neighboring property? Or is there another measure or other measures that can be taken to do that?
Right. As it is right now, even before the building was built, the contours are indicating that there's drainage sloping that way onto the neighbor's property. So that's an existing condition. Their development of the building there has added additional impervious area and increased the runoff. And so my comments, those ending comments that you were looking at, I think there were
Yes.
about 4 comments.
Yes, sir.
Those are sort of, like you might say, observations that are sort of particular to this site. The comment that's directly above that, I think it's number 5 in the
Yes.
section that's directly above that, is saying that because they're over our threshold of 5,000 square feet, that's one of the thresholds that triggers any site, not just this one, but any site, to provide some stormwater management.
I see.
And so it says they need to be in conformance with the Georgia Stormwater Management Manual. So that's kind of saying sort of what they need to do to come into conformance with it.
Okay.
However, my other observations were just saying that the location of the building, because generally you want to put your stormwater management on the low side because gravity is what's carrying the water to it. So because the building is very close to that low side, it makes it complicated to do that. But what I was telling Commissioner Burrell is we might be able to figure out some other way to maybe pipe the downspouts to an area where we do have a location to
I
do it,
see.
and then find a way to get rid of it. So it's not so much that it can't be done. And then I think one of the other observations is most of these area measurements were based on just my own measurements in GIS, which are arguably wrong. And so really the applicant really would need to submit a plan that says, hey, this is what we're going to do. This is how big it is. This is how much paving there's going to be. These are what the areas are. Then we can really nail it down.
Okay, thank you, and that still needs to be done. Let me ask you a follow-up question. Is it the onus on the applicant then to provide those suggested ways of addressing stormwater, or is this something they sit down with your team and work out together for a possible path forward?
Yeah, maybe in this case, because it is a little bit more complicated, it might be well to meet with them and at least give them some ideas and pointers of directions that they could go in. On some zoning cases where it's a little more simple, they've got plenty of room to do it, we don't really have to have as much guidance because they've got a lot more freedom maybe on a congested site like this, once they have their site plan done, or if they have a professional who's developing the site plan for them, that professional is going to be able to say, hey, these are some ideas that we could do, and they could help them as well.
Okay. Okay.
So, Andrew, right now, they don't have detention?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay, but that would be required.
As the way I assess it right now, yes.
Yeah. I don't have any other questions, do you?
Commissioner
Oh, I'm sorry.
Andrew. No, that's okay. Andrew, your remarks on the topography information, you indicate here that in addition to the pad that was shown in the presentation, that there was a 2,000 square foot garage that was also added. And I'm assuming that increases the impervious surface, but with the gravel driveway, is that gravel, is it pervious, the gravel, or has it been solidified in such a way where it is also impervious?
Yeah, in this particular case, the gravel around the house to access the building is going to be driven on, so we consider that to be impervious, just as if it were concrete. So if they paved it or left it that way, we would consider it the same either way.
Okay, so the 2,000 square feet for the garage should be added to the calculation for the pad that was recently poured?
I think the 2,000 square feet, I'm not looking at my comments right now, but I think that 2,000 square feet, I was actually referring to that building that they have built. I might be mistaken, but I think that is the area of that building, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, all right, thank you. That was all I have for Andrew.
That's all I have for you, Andrew.
Applicant.
Could I call Mr. McLean back up? Hi. I know you've had several emails and discussions with the applicant. And I know we've just seen this revised plan. Staff is recommending LRC, but in compliance. But not seeing actually what that would be. We know that what is currently there is not going to come into compliance without being totally removed and a new structure. So would you be agreeable to working with them on this new plan as long as it meets all the county standards and, you know, the visibility and the issue runoff, the issues that you have, as long as that is resolved? Or I'll be honest with y'all, I was prepared to deny this and have them remove the building and the concrete pad and restore the buffer that they took away that's, you know, backs up to you. But I want to hear from you what you think as far as what staff is recommending LRC with, and I would say no variances, not even a 5-foot variance.
So I guess what I'd like to say is, I mean, my preference is definitely for the building to just be removed. Part of my concern is also, and I know in the email thread that they tried to address this and say it wouldn't be causing noise and stuff, but I'm definitely concerned about if they're going to be loading different samples into the building and stuff, that means that there might be equipment there. And it's like right next to my living room, and my house is also on the front. So I'm concerned about there being noise, even if the building was moved a little bit. I think that that's still going to be an issue.
Yeah.
And then I also don't really I can't imagine the way that they would be able to build it, and it's not going to be, the plans that they showed right then, it seems like it's going to be even more visible inside of the house. And kind of just every time we walk into the living room, it's a reminder that
Yeah.
if there was a plan that somehow made it where it doesn't impact me in any way, I'm not, I guess, opposed to that, but I don't see how that's possible.
Well, I think that's why staff is recommending LRC, because it was LRO. Not the new structure, but what was the house that was already there. But definitely NRC or showroom, I don't think is appropriate in a residential area, but especially as close, you know, it is to you, so.
I have a question for the applicant too.
Go ahead. The applicant or him?
Well, actually, I have to have a question for John Peterson.
So
He can stay there for just a second.
Okay.
John, what is the height of the building that was constructed?
I think it's about 15 feet tall.
Okay, because it was kind of hard to
Well,
tell in the photo.
It's hard to tell because adjacent to the neighbor, it may be 5 feet taller than that, or 6 feet because of the way they built it up in the back.
Right, okay. I have no further questions,
You
because
can have a seat.
my only question for Mr. McLean was, if it was a taller building, if the height got reduced, would that help make it less intrusive? But again, if it's only 15 feet, that's not something we can do.
Do you have a question for him?
Yeah.
I was, if it was going to be a higher
Sir, you may have a seat, please.
Okay, thank you.
But what's
Taller
there
building
now is
But since it's not a taller
obviously
building,
visible.
my question to him would have been, if the building was shorter, would it be more, potentially less offensive
Yeah.
to him?
But LRO is 1 story or 2 story? I mean LRC,
It could be 1 story or 2 stories.
like LRO.
Correct.
Commissioner, beyond just the height I'm sorry, Commissioner Sheffield, go ahead.
Well, I
have
had a
different
couple of
observation.
clarifying questions from the applicant.
Can the applicant please approach?
Thank you. In reading the summary of your proposal, currently you're proposing the current hours to be Saturdays only from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., but there is a desire in the future to operate Monday through Friday. But before I get to that, the hours from 10 to 5, do you propose pickup within that window of the 10 to 5?
I didn't understand.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
so on the application, it says that the proposed hours will be on Saturday from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Correct.
My question is, for your pickup, because it has here that you'll have pickups?
Not no, the showroom, there are no pickups.
Okay, there are no pickups?
No, ma'am, that
Okay.
is straight visiting, and you leave in your car, you come in your car, you don't walk out with anything.
Okay, thanks for
Except
that
for an estimate.
clarification.
Yes,
Thank you. And it goes on to read that you plan to operate Monday through Friday in the future. Is
Well,
that correct?
Yes, we are right now, when I bought the property, 2021, we were fixing it. We didn't open until 2022,
Okay.
but we were only open on Saturdays.
Okay.
But right now, we are open Monday through Friday.
Currently?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're currently
10 to
open.
4, it's
Okay.
advertised. We have a billboard, and Saturday, 10 to 4. Our other location is closed on Saturday, so that's why we opened this one on Saturday, closed on Sunday.
So you're currently operating on Saturdays 10 to 4 or Monday
Yes,
through
ma'am.
Friday, I'm sorry?
Monday through Friday, 10
Monday
to
through
4 as well.
Friday. Okay, all right.
Sundays we're closed.
All right, thanks for that clarification. Thank you.
John, I didn't have any
Are
other.
you done? No, you can have a.
Am I allowed
No, I'm
to-
sorry, unless it's directly related to her question. Is this directly related to her question?
No,
Okay, I'm sorry.
If this is denied, would they need to wait a year to come back with a LRC?
Correct.
Okay. If they withdraw,
If they ask to withdraw, then they can bring it back whenever they want to in the future. There's no
right, but
prejudice
the
period.
building would stay there,
Yeah.
so.
So is stormwater the main issue?
Pardon?
Is stormwater the main issue?
No, the building, and it doesn't meet,
Yeah, the
I
building
was
is,
just asking.
and
because,
it's
yeah,
impacting the neighbor.
the building is completely out of character for what the land use plan recommendations. I mean, before, when it was the bunny house, I guess that's what it's being referred to, it looked like a house in a residential area.
Right.
This is a warehouse building in an area that is zoned commercially broadly, but the commercial zoning that it had before took into consideration that the building should have like a residential feel and look and character. And this building, even though it matches the house, it's a metal building.
It's almost like industrial. It has like an
And it
industrial
was built
feel.
without permits, so, okay.
I mean, I'm not saying don't try to
Making a motion.
moderate it, like you said. I mean, I appreciate the considerations for paring the building down. I don't know if that would make it look like a home. I don't know.
That's still not gonna meet the standards, even for LRC, because as she said, it still had a 5-foot variance on the setback, even if they moved it closer to the existing house or office that
Can
is
you help
used
me-
there.
Can you help me understand the difference in character of LRO and LRC for John, please?
Sure. LRO is our lowest intensity office district. It's mainly intended to serve as a transitional category between commercially zoned properties and residential zoned properties. You typically just see low intensity, low use uses like offices
Like
or,
a home that's converted to an office?
and, as far as LRC, that's our lowest commercial zoning category. And we use that also as a transitional category from commercial to residential. And it does allow for a few other things that you don't typically see. And, today we saw a bakery. Commissioner Gamber's district, we zoned it for a farmer's market. Earlier today was Z14. So it's used for the smaller intensity things. One thing to keep in mind with this is there's really two things that need to be solved that don't have to be solved. Number one is the building. It was built without permits. It doesn't meet any kind of zoning standard. And number two is the use, because right now it's zoned only for a rabbit rescue only. So, if the board rejects it, then both those things cannot be resolved. So maybe it'd be better if the board could consider zoning it LRC for the showroom only, for the flooring company, for that use only, and then direct them to remove the building, remove the pad, and restore the buffer, and take out the gravel.
Then why would we have the showroom only use if they're, in essence, wouldn't have a showroom?
Well, they could still use the house for something.
The house for, yeah, you can use the house for something. Yeah, that's what, I don't disagree with you. The house could be the showroom itself. Okay, if that's the
But
commissioner's
isn't
answer, but.
the house now used, did they live there? Or I thought they lived in the house next door.
No, they own a house next door as a rental property. They own this property, but I think the applicant said they live off, near Lasker High School somewhere, back in there.
Okay, But the house that was the rabbit rescue, not this warehouse that was built, is office space or what?
Well,
Can you come back up and clarify that?
when it was the rabbit rescue, it had offices, a place for the caretaker to live, and some pens.
But what, can you come back up, ma'am, the applicant? What is in the house that was already existing, that you purchased in 2021?
That is the showroom. The house that I showed you in that picture, that white one, that's my showroom. That is the showroom. I have a video too. It's on Facebook, you can go through and you see what's exactly in there today.
So what is this warehouse for?
The structure, that's exactly, the structure was for, and that's when I explained it to Mr. Justin, when we first met him. It was going to be for my samples, my displays, when we go out and do like the East Cobb Parade and we participate in all those events in Marietta Square. We're there and we set up booths. We have tons of promotional items. We have to have somewhere to keep all of our stuff. It's a 2,000 square foot building. It can be reduced. The buffer that you were talking about, I didn't get to explain it well. It's on the left side only. We were gonna remove the building completely, just like you guys asked, remove the pad completely. We were just asking if we can move the building closer to the showroom. And then because of the height, when you are driving down Shallow Court, you can barely see the roof. The pictures that he provided are from him, like this. Because the pictures I provided are from the street. I have a video perfect. There's no angle, there's no special angles. I was just there 2 days ago. I recorded his home. I just wanted to let you know that is the showroom. The building in the back, if you say remove the building completely, we're doing that. That's what my two proposals. Yes, ma'am. I was just, because if we did get zoned, I know, because the civil engineer and my attorney told me that there's a specific size building because we purchased the property as LRO. It was sold to us as LRO. And his feelings are hurt right now. This gentleman's feelings are very hurt because he came to us and he did try to tell us what the codes were. He told me he has a family member that works in this field that you guys do in a different county, and he was going to call her. I believe it was his mom or someone. We've had racist stuff hurled at us since we've opened that place. We have been harassed. I'm just.
All right, thank you.
I just have to let.
No, but you don't.
Yes, ma'am.
Unfortunately, again, this is not a time to. I know, but
Yes,
we've got to narrow it because once I start to give you time to advocate, to balance it, I got to give it to. It just gets to be too much, but I understand.
So, John, that brings up another question. The house that was the rabbit rescue that has been, she showed pictures of before and after, how they've renovated and made improvements. That's not appropriate in LRO either, a showroom, is it?
No, and that's why they're asking, they asked for NRC for the showroom, and the staff deleted it to LRC to better match the intensity of the neighborhood behind it.
Okay, so, but is that in question too? Is that what we're approving today, the house that was a rabbit rescue to LRC?
Yes, so they're asking for that property to be zoned NRC, but the staff recommendation is to delete it to LRC.
Okay.
The planning commission recommendation is to deny it.
Are there any variances? Is their sign okay under LRC?
I think all the variances had to do with the unpermitted building in the rear.
Okay.
And there was an issue with lighting. I don't know if any more lights were.
Of the existing house or the new showroom?
I don't know, but I know the gentleman said lighting.
Mr. McLean, can you come back up? I think I'm ready to make a motion, one way or the other here.
I'm sorry.
Okay, you referenced lighting in your bedroom window. Is that from the new warehouse? Or,
Sorry.
I mean, showroom or the existing house?
The lighting is visible from the porch in the back and possibly from one of the bedrooms in the back. It's not in the master. That's from the showroom, not from the warehouse. The warehouse is actually blocking the light currently.
Oh, okay.
Also, any comments that she made about me making comments are not things that I've said. I've been nothing but courteous to them.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so, did you have a question for him? Okay.
So if the building was reduced, like she offered, and they did a water table around the base, did something to make it look less like a warehouse, would that be acceptable to you?
I guess maybe it depends on the size. To be honest, I'm not quite sure why they can't keep these things out there. They have a large warehouse a couple miles down the road. My preference would definitely still be for there not to be a warehouse there at all. If that's the only option, then, I mean, obviously I'll try to work with it, but I think I'm gonna have property value loss if something goes up there regardless. Even the rezoning to LRC could possibly be a hit to property value, which that one I'm willing to contend with. They, up until this point, hadn't been bad neighbors and there wasn't a lot of traffic coming into their building.
Okay.
That's fair. That's reasonable.
Right.
Thank you
It's-
for being reasonable.
Okay, thank you. So, I will make a motion to approve the existing building that was the Rabbit Rescue from LRO to LRC, and address the lighting and no other variances. And John, you'll have to advise them if the sign that they have out front for the showroom meets sign code ordinance?
Yeah, and the board can just put a condition in there that the sign, to meet the sign code with the final design to be approved by the district commissioner.
Okay, and then all other stormwater comments, DOT, staff recommendations, and that they will have to remove the concrete pad and the new building, warehouse, in 60 days and restore the buffer in the back.
Thank you. Sorry, sir.
Do you want that neighbor to come up? He's raising his hand.
I'm talking to Commissioner Burrow.
Well, I can't, but I will ask him if he understands what this motion. It approves rezoning the Rabbit Rescue House that's existing. You just nod your head when I'm finished, if you're agreeable. And to address the lighting that you say is shining in your window, in your bedroom, whatever. And all the other comments that comply with LRC on the Rabbit Rescue House only. And then they have to remove the new building, the concrete pad, the building, and restore the buffer behind there that backs up to your residence. Are you agreeable to that? They're removing the building, period, the new building, so there is no elevation.
They regraded their property, so they increased their elevation.
So when they removed the warehouse and the concrete pad, what else would they need to do?
Maybe put a condition in there that they restore the topography to the previous elevations.
Okay, and restore the topography to the previous elevations.
Was practically speaking, staff would work with them to understand what those.
Yes, and the topography is shown here on GIS, so we know what it was.
Okay.
And we can get it back to that.
And then also, Commissioner, on your motion, you said address the lighting. Can you be more specific?
Well, in his comments, the lighting from the existing home is shining in there. So they'll need to make it point downward like we do in other.
Okay, so that's more specific. It just said address the lighting, so I didn't know if you want to be more specific with your comments.
So that it doesn't shine out, that it's
Okay.
redirected
Address the lighting.
downward.
Redirect the lighting. Okay.
Redirected downward. And restore the buffer, but also work with staff for that to get back to the original elevation. So, so all we're doing really is rezoning the house, the existing showroom now for, instead of LRO, because it doesn't meet LRO, to LRC, so they can keep that the way it is, and redirect the lighting downward so that it doesn't shine out into the neighbor's home. And then remove the concrete pad, the building, the new building, and restore the buffer and make sure they're in compliance with staff, with stormwater, DOT, signage, and everything. All comments.
All staff comments and recommendations.
Mhm.
Okay.
So with the rezoning to LRC, did you want it for this use only? Because otherwise, the LRC code has a broad range of uses
Mhm.
that the neighbors might not
Yeah.
find appropriate, where the showroom is appropriate. So do you want to limit it to?
Sure.
To this use and this use only?
Yes, because the rabbit rescue was specific to that use. Yeah, so it would be allowed for this use only.
And also, do you have a time frame on which the building need to come down?
60 days.
60, okay.
Okay.
Is that your motion, Commissioner?
And, yeah, and remove the concrete pad building and restore the buffer within 60 days.
Clerks are clear. All right. There a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? We'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Commissioners, thank you for your time. We will recess until 2 p.m. Thank you. Yes. Yes. hearing this August 19th of 2025. I will turn things over to our zoning manager, John Peterson, and he will help queue up our next case.
All right. Next case on the agenda is LEP 19 of 2025. INL Salas request a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles and adults than the county code allows, and to allow an accessory structure to be used as a dwelling unit in land lot 207 of the 17th district. The property is located on the south side of Tatum Street, west of Olive Springs Road. Is the applicant present? The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 19? One. Okay, we've got one opposed. Applicant is here. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Sir, you can begin whenever you're ready. Just tell us your name before you begin your presentation.
Okay. My name is Felipe Manuel Martinez. I'm the owner of 53 Taylor Street, and I'm renting the house.
Okay. Give me 1 second. You're renting, excuse me, sir. Tell me your last name again.
Manuel Martinez.
Manuel Martinez.
Yes.
Martinez, and you are renting lot 19. Okay, and this is in your case.
It's a 53 Taylor Street.
Can you talk to us as if we have never heard of this matter? Can you tell us what is going on and what your request is?
Okay. This is the second time I'm here. The first time, the person who I rented, I think she was here for a couple of hearings. Initially, she submitted a permit to park more vehicles at the property.
Okay.
And I think the code allow only 3 vehicles. Last time they tell me that I talked to them, and now I talked to them and they say at least they can park 1 more vehicle. And also, I bring the contract with me, which last time they tell me they're gonna allow for 6 months for adults in the house and the kids.
Okay. Unfortunately, my case is still pulling up, Commissioner. So you're seeking right now to have 1 additional vehicle and more people in the home, but you were told by the Planning Commission that you would just have 6 months for the additional people?
Yes. He said he will give me to leave 4 people a contract for 6 months, and that will be my question. And after that, they can renew the contract or not.
I see. Okay. Let me see, Planning Commission, they recommended. Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Does that conclude your presentation today?
Yes.
And again, this is for 3 vehicles, 4 adults. 6 months is what you've been given, with code enforcement to make inspections every 3 months according to. Okay, minutes. All right. Thank you so much. We'll now hear from opposition. You'll have a total of 10 minutes to speak before the board.
Hello, my name is Will Landers. Thank you for letting me speak today. I appreciate it. And actually, I kind of have an objection, but I didn't realize that, and I found out in the Marietta Daily Journal where they print what the Planning Commission recommends. And the Planning Commission said 3 cars, 4 adults, and no one living in the garage out back. Well, really, I don't have a problem with that at all. This is my third time here for this, 2 times with the Planning Commission. What I was really trying to stop was 6 cars and someone living in the garage out back. Because I went through that with a neighbor across the street, and I was really just trying to avoid that in the neighborhood.
Okay.
But 3 cars, 4 adults, no one in the garage out back, I have no problem with
No
that.
opposition to that.
Well, I think, but what Planning Commission recommended was 3 additional cars besides what was allowed, though, which would be 6.
I see maximum.
Is that?
It says, no, it says maximum of 3. It doesn't say, it just says maximum of 3 vehicles.
Yeah, that's what I thought it said in the paper as well, so.
Okay. Okay.
But I was going to ask too as well. I found out about this in the paper because I called the zoning, when I talked to the zoning board, they told me that they were withdrawing the application. And, because they pulled the sign down, so I thought, well, hey, great, I don't have to go back. But then I saw in the paper where that they did plan, have the planning commission, they met, and now I'm here now. So I was just,
You were vigilant.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised about that, so.
Couldn't
But again,
imagine.
3 cars, 4 adults, no one in the garage, no problem, so.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
sir. I believe that concludes our opposition, so I'll turn things over to you, Commissioner.
I don't have any other questions. If anyone else does, it sounds like both parties were amenable to what was recommended, so.
Would you like to make a motion to approve?
Well, I was just gonna ask, was that his request for additional, or how many is there now? How many cars are there now?
Can you come back up, Mr. Martinez?
4 cars?
Yeah, we didn't ask if he's okay with it.
Well, he's allowed 4 cars outside.
So how many total cars are you requesting? I know
I have in the contract only 3 cars, and they want to see if it's possible 1 more, only 1 more.
So 4 cars?
Yeah, but that's what they request. But I have in the contract 3 cars.
When you say contract, that's from the minutes, that's the suggestion of the prior board, of the prior commission. That's their
Yeah.
recommendation. It's not
Okay.
necessarily a contract.
No, it's fine. That's what he told me.
Okay.
Then also the question is like, are they able to renew the contract after 6 months?
Yes.
They would have to come back.
You would have to come back to the hearing for renewal.
Okay.
Excuse me. He's actually the owner. He's talking for the people renting the house.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. He said owner, and then I thought he said renting, and that's why, okay.
Yeah, no, I was here last time. Then the people who rented were here like a couple of times, I think,
Okay.
with dealing with this, and I didn't know anything until last time that I was here, so, yeah.
So right now, there are 3 cars.
Yes.
You're requesting 1 additional for 4 cars.
Yes.
Are any in the garage? Is there a garage?
There are 2 driveways, I don't know if you can see on the picture. There's one on the right and one on the left, where you're able to park and not park on the street.
Okay.
So all 4 cars, 1 can fit in front of the garage on the street, and then you're saying 3 on this right side?
Yeah,
of the
actually,
residence.
it can fit 2 and 2, or
Yeah, I
3
can
and 2, because it's a carport on your, if you're looking to the front on your right-hand side, that's a carport
That's
right
a
there.
carport.
And the maximum of 4 adults, that was also the request. These are 4 unrelated adults.
Yes.
Okay.
That's,
That was PC's recommendation.
Yeah.
That was the planning commission's recommendation.
Okay.
Sir, I can't tell by looking at this picture, but there seems to be an awful lot going on in front of this property. What is this in front of the property? Is this storage material? Oh,
which-
that's playground. Is that kids?
Oh, that's an old picture, yeah. I used to live there with my kids, so my wife got a small playground in the front yard.
Oh, I see. It's an older picture.
Yeah, that's,
Okay,
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
But-
no longer there.
yeah, nothing is there now.
okay.
So your request is for a maximum of 4 vehicles, 4 adults?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sir, it's appeared through the application that someone was residing in the shed that is to the rear of the property, correct?
I worked with Charles, code enforcement. He took some pictures. He said he's gonna send them to you, and nobody's living there.
Okay, but has the shed been converted to accommodate living, such as electricity, heating and cooling, electric, plumbing, or such?
Yes, when I initially start working in that place, is because when some of my family, stay for a day or a couple of days, they had to use a bathroom. So it has a bathroom, and it just used to have a small bed, that's it. But right now, there's nothing in there, it's clear. He took the pictures, nobody's living there. I'm not, renting that space and not using at all. And I don't let the people who's renting the house using it too, so it's clean.
Okay, thank you. So Commissioner Allen, I'd be supportive if you look to improve this, require him to remove.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, is the restroom is still, even though everything's cleared out, the restroom is still, the bathroom is still physically in that dwelling?
Yes. Actually, the toilet and a little shower. But Charles tell me, nothing he's gonna do it like send somebody for inspection or anything, because has been already done and nobody's gonna live there.
And John, I would assume that that's not permitted? Correct, okay.
Can we just cap the toilet? Yeah.
All right, any other questions for Mr. Martinez? Thank you.
I do.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
You rent this out to 4 individuals, not related, just for
No,
adults?
there is, the guy has 2 brothers and he got his wife. And
Oh,
there are
that's
2
a
kids.
family.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's-
I thought they said unrelated. Okay. That's
they're
good.
related. Okay? And I have like I say, you want to see, I have the contract and their names and everything in here.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
You can submit it. You can submit it for the record, ma'am. Or
The contract he keeps referring to, you see, you have a contract with the
lease.
residents.
The
Yes, the
lease
lease
and-
agreements. Yes, you may submit it. Yes, thank you, as you approve.
Okay.
Now, okay, it's
Yeah, now
taken
it's
me a
clear.
while, maybe too much for lunch. So your current residents know that they cannot live in the storage unit, right?
That's correct.
Nobody's residing,
That's correct.
okay.
does he need that back? Do we need to make a copy of that for you?
You want?
Oh. Oh, well.
I'd be curious, Commissioner, if
You
the neighbor is amenable to, okay. yeah.
Where is she?
Yo lees español, pero no hablo mucho.
No, I don't
I can
at all.
read it.
You need to call me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Martinez. We're good. Can the resident come back up, the neighbor? Mr. Landers? Thank you. Didn't have my pen with it.
And I didn't conjugate my verb. Yo leo español.
Yes.
I know you are amenable to the minimum of 3 vehicles, 4 adults, no one living in the shed. Do you still hold true to that with 4 vehicles?
Well, that's really not that big of a deal. The only thing I was having a problem with was in the beginning, this is a house that's under 1,000 square feet. And there's 4 adults and 3 children. And, the 390 square feet per adult in Cobb County, that would be close to what, 1,500, almost 1,600 square foot home. So, you're really kind of packing them in. So I just was really trying to avoid that. So, I mean, they've got the room for the car, so it's really not a big deal. It's just the people that I was really living there. and noise complaints and other things that have led to that in the past. So I was really trying to, you know, maybe stop that and hope I wouldn't have to deal with that in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Ms. Landers.
Okay, sure.
All right, if there is no discussion, make a motion. Motion is to approve with a maximum of 4 vehicles.
In the driveway.
Yes, in the driveway, not on the street. Maximum of 4 adults. And the shed not to be used as a dwelling unit, and the sewer to be capped within 90 days.
Okay.
For 6 months.
And approval, approval for, well, if there's the code enforcement will make inspections every 3 months to confirm adherence, then I think we should make it for a year, for 12 months.
I'll second that, Commissioner. Just, it doesn't need to be said, but that the adults abide by county code as far as relation. So we do have, I think, no more than 2 unrelated, because it doesn't specify that. So just, there's already an assumption that they'll abide by code, but just want to emphasize it, that they don't perceive that this is leeway for 4 unrelated adults.
Correct, thank you.
And can you make it for the names on the lease? Since they are related, can we, you can't do that?
No.
It's overreach.
Yeah, I don't want to
Okay.
go that far.
As long as they're in compliance with
Right,
the
with code.
related, 2 unrelated or family in 1, they're okay.
Commissioner Sheffield?
I just want to make a note for the applicant, if you can communicate, because this is for 6 months, or you're going to approve for
12
for 12 months, that before the 12-month expiration,
They
they
need
should
to
start
apply
the
to-
process,
yeah.
because a lot of people miss that.
And code enforcement will
Still do
check
that
it
every 3
out
months.
every 3 months to make sure they're in
They're in
compliance.
compliance, correct.
So that's 3 times a year.
All right, it's been moved and
Motion
seconded.
and second, yes. So go ahead and call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay, next case on the agenda is LEP 24 of 2025. Brandon Lorenzo requests a temporary land use permit to allow occupancy of an accessory structure, allow an extra adult, and allow 1 extra vehicle in land lot 1100 of the 19th District. The property is located on the southwest corner of Janet Way and Hiram Lithia Springs Road. Is the applicant present? The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 24? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Brandon Lorenzo. I reside in the home 4943 Janet Way, Powder Springs, Georgia. So, the reason why I'm here is because we went over because of having the 2 sheds in the back and too many vehicles. That was the main reason. At first, I had explained that we were a multi-generational, like all my sisters, our whole family is living together. And at first, my grandpa was living on the shed right there, all the way in the back, that one right there. He's no longer living there. We're currently sharing the same room because half of the time he's never there. He's either at church or with his church folks always. So it's like he's usually not there. What else? Oh yeah, and at first I had the issue with the code enforcement because the cars were parked in the grass, which by the code enforcement said that they wasn't allowed. So what we did is we widened our driveway now, so they're no longer sitting on a soft surface but on a hard one. Yeah, that's about it. Do you have any questions for me?
We may, thank you. We're not hearing any opposition, so I'll defer to the commissioner to walk through this, and if she has any questions, she'll call you back up.
Okay, thank you
Can
so
stay
much.
there,
Oh, she
too.
said you
Yeah.
I can stay. All right.
Hello, how are you?
Good, good.
Good. Just a couple of questions. For clarification on the application, you included that there's a business operation on the LUP worksheet. So just want to confirm that this is not for a business operation. I think there may be confusion in the way
Yeah.
it was worded.
Correct. So my dad does have a granite countertop business. So he has, his work truck that he usually does not leave at the shop because, it's an open area. So it's kind of not smart because nobody leaves cars where he does his work, so he doesn't leave his truck either.
But there is no business that's ran out of the home? I
No,
guess.
no
Okay.
customers, nobody walks in or nothing.
Okay, all right, fantastic. And how many cars and how many sheds are currently on the property?
So currently
Hold on.
Sorry.
When I went through the code enforcement notes, at one point there were 3 sheds, and I think the most recent inspection reveals 1. So if you can just confirm the number of cars and sheds on the property?
Yes, ma'am. So when we first purchased the home did come with its own shed in the back, but that one wasn't really good. The floor was like rotten, the wood isn't good, so we really didn't store anything there. So that was the first purpose of the shed, the one that's right behind the house. So we bought that one with the sole purpose of just using it for storage. Then my grandfather was living in Delaware. He's a bit older now, so we went to go get him, and now he's currently living with us. That's the reason for the 6th adult that I put in the application.
Okay, but as far as the sheds are concerned, can you confirm how many are on the property currently?
3.
There's still 3 at the property?
Yes, ma'am.
And in any of the sheds, particularly the one where you shared your grandfather was living, are those sheds outfitted or constructed to accommodate any living conditions?
According
like,
to
is there
code-
a toilet inside, a sink, a shower?
No, ma'am. So the one where my grandfather was living, that one did have power. I had my cousin do the power for me, so I'm just waiting for him to get caught up with his work. He was out on vacation. So I'm waiting for him to just get caught up so he can go ahead and get me the permit because he has the license and stuff like that. Because I asked around before he came back, but they were charging excessively expensive. So I just decided to wait a bit for him to get back, which he got back, but he's catching up with his work now.
Okay. And what is the purpose or the use for the other 2 sheds on the property?
Just storing.
Storage?
Only storage.
Okay. Storage. Also, in the photos, I noticed that there was a trailer on the property. Is the trailer still there? And if so, what is its current use?
Yes, so that one is used for work purposes. We also run a side hustle, we could say, where we rent party rental stuff. That's kind of like my thing. And like a clown gig for kids' birthday parties. That is like me and my dad, where we go out on every Saturday or Sunday, or whenever there's like opening a store or radio conventions, we go out and entertain people.
Okay. And that trailer is currently on the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. John, quick question as it relates to the trailer. Would that be considered an additional vehicle?
No, it's not.
It is not? Okay. All right, okay. And my final question is there a garage or carport on the property? I couldn't tell based on the photos.
No, ma'am. No car. We were open to installing one if it was required by you guys.
Okay.
We are open to do it.
Okay, no worries. And so no carport, no garage?
No, ma'am. No
Okay.
carports, no garage.
Okay. Okay. That's all I have for you, unless you guys have questions, go ahead.
So the accessory structure in the back for storage is, do you run your party business out of your house, or do you have a office where you do that and then you just store the items there?
No, ma'am. So I just stored the items, like I stored chairs, tables, a bouncy house. For the customers and stuff like that, the way I'm reaching them out is through Facebook Market, OfferUp, Nextdoor app, communicating just with the local community, and then word of mouth for the rest. Same thing for my dad's business is word of mouth.
Okay, but they can do that online or call your cell?
Yes, ma'am, call, cell phone. Mhm.
Okay. So they don't actually come to your house to book a party or?
No,
they
ma'am.
just, okay.
Are you done? Are you done, Commissioner? I do have one other question. In reading through the notes, the code enforcement notes, apparently there was a slab poured for the driveway.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you, if you can
I have
give him the
pictures of it.
pointer? No, it's okay. If you can just point
Okay.
on the picture where that concrete was poured.
So the way we did it,
I'm sorry, Cornelius, can you give him a pointer so he can point to?
That's gonna be, if he describes it, JP.
Okay. Is it basically where the mouse is hovering? Is that the additional space? Okay, for parking, okay.
I also have pictures if you would like to see it.
Yeah, can you just put them up on the?
They are on my phone.
Okay. Well, it's not going to be on this picture.
So this is kind of
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have unless you guys have additional questions.
What does that do to the impervious? Is it still 35 or under? Wake up, John.
Well, just looking at the aerial photograph, you know, I think even with the extra driveway they added, I think they're going to be under the impervious limit of 35%.
Oh, okay. Would they have had to have a permit to do that?
No.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all that I had for him. Do you guys have any questions? John, I do have a question on the PC minutes. Let's see. It was item number 3, I believe. Let me just go back. It says no additional vehicles allowed. Is that an addition above what he's asking?
Yes, I believe his request is to have 6 adults on the property and 6 cars. So with the size of the house, he's allowed to have 5 adults and 5 cars. So it'd be for 1 more car.
Right, but there's no additional vehicles allowed. I just wanted clarification that it's not more than what he's requesting or not more than what's allowed by code. It's a little vague to me.
Number 3 is there to ensure he meets what the code max is. So he would have 5 cars max per that one.
Okay. So the PC did not agree to the additional vehicle?
That's right.
Okay. And was that additional vehicle the work vehicle? Do you know?
It didn't specify which car it was, Commissioner.
Okay. Because when I went through, let me just take a look, because I think each of the occupants have a vehicle, so I'm just curious. Okay. Grandpa. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it appears, based on the application, that each of the applicants has a vehicle. Now, he mentioned that his grandpa was there, and I'm not sure if he's no longer there. I missed that part of the testimony. I'm wondering, if you can come back up, I'm just trying to figure out why the PC decided on 5 versus the 6.
Yes, ma'am. So my grandfather is still living with us.
He's still there, and so there are still 6 vehicles at the property.
There's more vehicles at the property.
Pardon?
There's more vehicles at the property. Because my sisters, I have my younger sisters that they're starting to turn 18, 21, and 20. So they all are going to be using cars to get to work.
I see. I see. Okay.
That's how we were kind of like, it's kind of like, not an issue, but it's more like a multi-generational concern.
Right, I understand that, but you're looking to have upwards of 8 to 9 vehicles at the property, which I think it is a bit excessive.
Yes, ma'am.
Particularly since you don't have a I'm sorry, a carport or a garage.
Right.
So part of the issue I have at times with these requests is that we're asking the neighbor to kind of deal with having to see so many cars on a property. And I understand culturally, you mentioned it's multi-generational, and I completely understand that, but we still have to strike a balance between what your desires are and based on what the code is, and also what we're asking our neighbors to accommodate.
So that was one thing that I did speak to my neighbors about. I didn't necessarily say, hey, do you mind? But I did ask, because I try to comply a little bit, so you guys see that I'm trying best I can. I did ask them if it was okay for me to park one vehicle in their driveway. One of them did say yes, but the other one said no, because it is a responsibility they don't want to be falling into.
Okay. And you mentioned, I think you mentioned or I read that one of the vehicles, perhaps the F-150, is a work vehicle?
It's the 250. It is a work vehicle. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's used solely for work? Do you have that and another vehicle for you? So you have
My
two
father.
vehicles?
My father, yep.
Okay.
We kind of all have two vehicles. I have another car that I already put up on Facebook Market because, trying to comply, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of it. But the other ones, we can't get rid of them because my sisters owe money to the financiers. Well, they buy it at a buy here, pay here. So we owe money to them. So just for that, we can't get rid of them.
I understand. Okay. All right, thank you. I appreciate that.
May I add one more thing? It's
Sure.
just quick.
Sure.
Sorry. I mean, I'm open for anything. I mean, if I need to put up a fence, I'll just give me like maybe a month or less, and I'll go ahead and put it up. I'm just trying to do whatever I can to stay good with you guys.
Thank you. I
Thank you.
appreciate that. Okay. So PC, the request is for one additional adult and one additional vehicle. And this case came before us because of code enforcement complaints, and there was observation of there being parking on both the grass and the dirt, but you put forth an effort to make that correction by pouring the concrete for additional parking space, so I appreciate that. Based on the aerial and the comments, staff comments, there's sufficient space to accommodate the vehicles. And based on code, 4 are allowed to be parked outside consistently, so I think you're good there. Also, code allows you to have 5 vehicles, so we're essentially just looking for 6 vehicles and 6 people, right? Just one additional for each. Let's see, what was staff recommendation? I'm sorry. Okay. No, I'm looking at the PC minutes. Okay. All right. I'm prepared to make a motion unless you guys have, look, they're like, yeah, hurry up, make a motion. We're getting fatigued up here. Okay. All right. I am prepared to make a motion. Approval for 12 months. Okay. I make a motion to approve LUP 24, 2025 with the following conditions. No parking on the grass at any point. All parking must be on a hardened and treated surface, and 4 vehicles at a minimum is to be parked in the driveway on the property. Amend number 3 of the Planning Commission minutes dated August 5th, 2025 to reflect no more than 6 vehicles allowed at the property. There is to be no living in the accessory structure, which PC has also captured that. And let me just make sure I'm not forgetting anything. Yeah, no, I have that. And all other staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. And I think that captures everything.
I'll second. Is there any further discussion?
Yes, sorry. Oh. For approval?
Good job.
It's 12. Yeah, which is the PC, yeah. Mhm. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Burrow in opposition. Okay, that takes us to our next
Okay.
case.
Next case is SLUP 2 of 2025, Freebird Communications LLC. Request a special land use permit for